there is a lot of attention and a lot of course, also in this case, interest. So, good morning to everybody, distinguished delegates, colleagues, dear friends. A very warm welcome to everybody here in Budapest. Warm welcome on behalf of the Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia. It's really my great pleasure to see you all and to see you all from literally around the globe. I have talked to already the delegates from Chile. I've talked to the delegates also from Bangkok. So we really have an international and a global presence, and I'm really happy for this opening of the Global Forum on Green Agriculture and also the second Regional Science and Innovation Week. And I hope you got already an impression from the exhibition outside of the venue that we're really trying to bring not just the discussion, but we are really trying to bring also the practical examples to you. So my name is Raimund Jelle. For the ones who don't know me, I'm the Regional Program Leader for Europe and Central Asia. And I have the pleasure not just to do this short opening remarks, but also to do the moderation this morning. But of course, before we're going to start, let's say a bit more formally, having also the introduction remarks from our ADG, as well as also from our host from the Ministry of Agriculture of Hungary, a couple of, let me say, housekeeping rules. The ones who are familiar, housekeeping rules are quite often mentioned when we do online meetings, and this is exactly what we are doing. We have not just the meeting here in person, but we have it, of course, also online, and I would very much also welcome our colleagues and friends who are joining us virtually, again also from across the globe. We have also to make it convenient for all of you, simultaneous interpretation available. So we have English, Spanish, Chinese, Arabic, and Russian. So we have really a broad range, and I hope this is going to be very helpful in terms of the communication and our discussion. The conference is also something which we would like to emphasize is interactive. We want to do it interactive as possible. So we really encourage you to share your experience, raise questions, and highlight, of course, also good practices in terms of green agriculture, science innovations over also the next 3 days. As already said, please make also take advantage of the marketplace. Take advantage of the exhibition areas where innovative projects, products, solutions are already, in this case, also showcased. Now, of course, this event here today is more than a conference. It's more than a conference for us because it's a milestone of a journey which has already started in 2022 when the FAO Director General and the leadership has, in fact, entrusted each of the regional office to lead so-called technical platforms to facilitate the exchange across the region. And the European and Central Asia region has taken the task to pioneer, in this case, the regional technical platform on green agriculture. Since the launch in 2022, we worked very hard, particularly also with some of the pilot countries in Kazakhstan. So I'm very happy to welcome, of course, the Kazakh delegation, Uzbekistan, warm welcome, very specifically Armenia, as well as also Kyrgyzstan, where we tested new approaches, where we, in advancing the green policy dialogue and collecting evidence on how green practices can transform agri-food systems. What started as a regional initiative, a regional dialogue, has really grown in the meantime to a wider platform, engaging partners, farmers, scientists, policymakers, and connecting experience across the border. It's fulfilling, in this case, already very much the task and the objective to facilitate this dialogue amongst all the different stakeholders. Today, with this event, we're taking the next step. We're bringing the regional experience to the global stage, and with the participating colleagues, with the participating stakeholders joining from the globe, we will really have the possibility to exchange the knowledge, showcase innovation, and explore how green agriculture can serve as the foundation for sustainable, resilient, and inclusive agri-food systems. Over the next 3 days, we will look at both the big picture, so policies, strategies, and commitment, and also at practical innovations that are already transforming food and agriculture. One thing what I certainly also want to mention this year is very special. It's the 80th anniversary of the organization, the 80th anniversary of FAO, and for 8 decades, FAO has been working alongside the countries to advance food security, to support the transformation of agriculture, and to promote sustainable development. So let's also make this as a moment to look back at the many achievements that bring us where, in the end, we are standing also here today. So let's join me, in this case, to watch a short video about FAO's 80th anniversary, 365 days of action. So let me in this case also open very officially this event today with a video address of our Deputy Director General, Maurizio Martina.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, it's a great honor to welcome you to this Global Forum on Green Agriculture, held together with the second Regional Science and Innovation Week. This year is especially significant for us, for FAO, as FAO celebrates 80 years of service to countries in advancing food security, nutrition, and sustainable agriculture. Since the launch of the regional technical platform on green agriculture in 2022, FAO has led the way in turning regional experiences into global knowledge, solutions, and innovations. And that began in Europe and Central Asia, has become a bridge across continents, linking Africa, Asia and Pacific, Latin America and the Caribbean, the Near East, and North Africa and Europe and Central Asia. Today, for the first time, all FAO regions are presenting the result of their green agricultural policy assessment. And these journeys show both the diversity of region pathways and the opportunities for synergies, from Europe and Central Asia's policy framework to Latin American agroecology, from Asia and Africa's innovations in resilience and technology to the Near East advances in water efficiency. This is FAO's leadership in action, combining governments, researchers, civil society, farmers, youth, and private sector, and making knowledge, science and innovation accessible where they are needed most. Through this interregional cooperation, green agriculture becomes a global public good, with joint research, farmers to farmers exchange, and share policy dialogue, ensuring that no region advances alone. We must ensure that the transformation towards sustainable agri-food systems is not only about better production, better nutrition, or better environment, or better life, but that it's inclusive, equitable, and resilient for a generation to come. I would like to thank you all, governments, partners, colleagues, for your commitment and contributions. And let us use these 3 important days to exchange ideas, strengthen cooperation, and shape together the future of green agriculture for a sustainable planet. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maurizio, for this encouraging words. I have an echo, I think. Thank you for this encouraging word. I think this is very much appreciated, setting already the scene, making it very clear how global, in this case, also this event is. And with this, it's really my pleasure now to come to the opening remarks of our host, the Assistant Director General, Viruel Gutsu, here, the regional representative for Europe and Central Asia. Viruel, the floor is yours.
No. I think we are having echoes while speaking. But thank you very much again, Excellencies, distinguished participants, representatives of the governments, colleagues and friends from all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. It is, I hope you hear me well now, yeah? It is my great pleasure to welcome you here in Budapest at this important gathering, the first Global Forum on Green Agriculture, convened together with the second Regional Science and Innovation Week for Europe and Central Asia. A very warm welcome also to all our participants joining us online from different parts of the world. This year, particularly important as FAO celebrates its 80th anniversary. Long journey. For 8 decades, FAO has worked side by side with countries to eradicate hunger and build a food-secure world. Today, our shared challenge is more urgent than ever. We must ensure that our agri-food systems are sustainable, inclusive, and resilient, that they are able to respond under the changing climate and rising social and economic inequalities. Green agriculture. Green agriculture that we are discussing today and during these 3 days is a cornerstone of this vision. It is vital for managing resources wisely, protecting biodiversity, reducing land degradation, and improving livelihoods. Aligned with the vision of the FAO Strategic Framework 2022-2031, the Regional Technical Platform on Green Agriculture, already mentioned today, has for the past few years promoted knowledge sharing and capacity building for greening agri-food systems. This approach is fundamental to better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and better life, leaving no one behind. These famous 4 Bs, which are the framework of the FAO. To achieve this, we shall harness the full power of science, technology, and innovation. This is why we are convening the second Science and Innovation Week under the auspices of the FAO Science and Innovation Forum. Today, all FAO regions unite to share experiences and chart common pathways for greener agri-food systems. Over the next 3 days, we will explore global policy frameworks, showcase innovative science, and demonstrate how commitments turn into actions through the Action Learning Expedition in Hungary, the Green Science and Innovation Marketplace, and Science and Innovation Days across our region. This event is more than a forum for dialogue. It is a platform for action, knowledge sharing, and building bridges between science, society, and policy. Governments, farmers and producers, the private sector, civil society, and youth all have a crucial role to play in driving transformative changes across Europe, Asia, America, Caribbean, Near East, Africa, all continents. Today, we are planting seeds for a brighter tomorrow. Colleagues, the Pact for the Future calls for bold action to create a sustainable and equitable world. This forum is our contribution to this call. These discussions must become a springboard for collective action, shared learning, and lasting solutions for our people and for our planet. In conclusion, I'd like to thank each of you for being part of this forum, for being part of this discussion. I'd like to also thank colleagues in Hungarian government hosting our regional office and our meeting today. But also, I'd like to thank colleagues in FAO which organized this meeting, colleagues from all over the world again, and obviously for this very strong partnership with all our member countries represented today, but obviously throughout the whole region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Viruel, for these welcoming remarks. Very much appreciated, and already transitioning to our host country, host government. In this case, I have the pleasure to welcome Dr. Oskar Ökrös, the Deputy State Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture of Hungary. Oskar, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raymond. Distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, dear friends, it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the Hungarian Ministry of Agriculture. We are pleased that our capital city, Budapest, can host again this important event. This forum offers a great opportunity to share experiences from all around the world, and we believe that by working together across regions and generations, we can collect and shape solutions that can contribute to transforming our food systems to make them more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient. As you are all very well aware, this year is especially significant since it marks the 80th anniversary of FAO, 8 decades of action that reminds us of the FAO's enduring mission of the 4 Bs, as the Assistant Director General has already pointed out, to promote better production, better nutrition, better environment, and ultimately a better life for all. Hungary and the FAO share a long-standing partnership, which has grown even stronger ever since 2007, when the Hungarian government signed the agreement that enabled the relocation of the FAO regional office to Budapest, along with the establishment of the FAO Shared Services Center. Beyond this, Hungary and the FAO cooperate in offering scholarships for students from lower-income countries to pursue their agricultural and master studies in Hungarian universities. We fund also several FAO projects for developing countries or countries with economies in transition. And now I would like to turn a little bit more specifically to the main topic of our event. I am convinced that the importance of innovation cannot be overemphasized. Modern technology, data-driven production, precision farming, digitalization, robotics, and weather-resistant production are now an integral part of agriculture and the food industry. Science, innovation, and competitiveness are interconnected and mutually reinforcing values, and the digitalization of our agriculture plays a key role in the optimal use of resources and improving efficiency. In 2019, Hungary adopted its digital agriculture strategy, which sets out key targets for increasing productivity while meeting sustainability goals at the same time. The strategy focuses on 4 pillars: increasing digital knowledge and readiness among agricultural actors, expanding digital innovation opportunities, driving and developing data-driven public administration, and finally, supporting farmers' investments in digital transformation. Through these actions, Hungary aims to increase the efficiency of the agricultural sector, both nationally and internationally. Artificial intelligence has entered almost every field of science, and agriculture is, of course, no exception. In Hungary, we are witnessing the increasing adoption of AI-based technologies across various areas of farming. From data-driven decision-making to field monitoring and crop management, these tools are redefining how we approach agriculture and agricultural production. For example, drones are now widely used in Hungarian agriculture to assess drought damage or determine soil nutrient needs from the air. But the most powerful application of the AI lies in decision-making technologies and decision-making support. By analyzing vast amounts of data, AI can make recommendations in minutes, decisions that would previously have taken weeks for human analysis. We also support regenerative agricultural practices to improve soil health, increase biodiversity and sequester carbon, thereby ensuring the long-term sustainability of farming communities. Hungary is committed to expanding organic farming, reducing the environmental footprint of food production, promoting a circular economy, and supporting local food chains. Our policies encourage the use of agroecological methods and sustainable livestock systems, thus trying to balance productivity and environmental responsibility. Dear colleagues, the challenges before us are immense: climate change, the loss of biodiversity, food insecurity, and the growing of inequalities. But by working together, by harnessing science and innovation, by valuing the wisdom of farmers and communities, and by engaging the creativity of young generations, we can build sustainable agri-food systems that nourish people and protect the planet. I wish you fruitful discussions for the upcoming event, meaningful connections, and of course, lasting inspiration. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Oskar, for your introduction, and I very much also appreciate already making, in this case, also the connection to the science, to the innovation, the way how Hungary is already using this also for agriculture. So I think this gives already further understanding, gives already further food for thoughts. Now, colleagues, thank you very much for this and for the opening. We're coming now one step further when we're talking about opening, talking about the objectives, talking about what we in principle want to achieve in these 3 days. And there is nobody better to do that than Tania Santivanes, the Agriculture Officer, the focal point for science and innovation, and also one of the brains behind the Green Agriculture platform in this region. So Tania, the floor is yours. Let's talk about objectives. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am very happy to see all of you. You are welcome to our Budapest, and thank you very much for being with us. Really, I appreciate it. Okay, we will start, please. Present. 3 years ago, when we first spoke about green agriculture, many looked at us with doubt. This is what happened with this. The idea seemed unclear, maybe abstract, maybe even impossible. And we start thinking, what did it really mean? How could it work? Could it ever become real? This is what our thoughts 3 years ago. These 3 years had been a journey. At the beginning, we were only a few people with bold vision, small in numbers, but strong in conviction. And now, look around the room, we are no longer few. We are colleagues from every corner of the world. Let me comment that in these 3 years, there were moments, a great progress, and moments, a real setbacks. But each time we keep moving forward. And today, green agriculture is no longer a concept on paper. It is an effective system that helps feed people while we are protecting environment. Moreover, green agriculture revitalized the economy, driving sustainable growth rather than depleting it. We were told it was impossible, but it's the impossible project that paved the way for innovation. And when they succeed, they don't not just change the practices, they can shape the future too. What began as a regional effort has grown into truly global movement, global in action, global in spirit, and global in. We have several progress. First, as we already heard, it was established the regional technical platform on green agriculture. Then we built our green agriculture expert working group. They are here, and then I think that they will introduce themselves. Then we conduct the first regional conference on green agriculture in Armenia, since we have our pilot countries, Armenia, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and they are doing really a great work because they have their policy on green growth. Then we have our regional focal points in each part of the world. It means our regional office in Latin America and the Caribbean, in Asian Pacific, in Northeast and North Africa, and Africa. So we are together work in this last year in order to check what is going on related to the green agriculture policies around the world. And we will be surprised these 2 days that how green agriculture is alive. It is not a concept on paper. Then we conduct several events. We have newsletters, we have videos. And moreover, we have our indicative master plan, which is like a roadmap to support countries to implement green agriculture at field level. So finally, as part of this initiative, we are hosting this event, the Global Forum on Green Agriculture and Second Science and Innovation Week today, focus, as we already discussed, on green agriculture policies and harnessing technologies, science, and innovation as a global common. The agenda in one page, as you are aware, the first day, we will have high-level panel discussion on green agriculture policies. We will hear from different regions what is going on related to green agriculture policies. We will start in the morning with REU, with the Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, with the Regional Office for Near East and North Africa. And in the afternoon, we will have our colleagues from a Regional Office of Asia Pacific, as well as from Africa. And tomorrow, we will focus more in innovation. We will focus more on science. And we will have 3 dialogues. All these dialogues also are so very important. And in parallel of these 2 days, as you see, we have our marketplace, as well as on Thursday, we will have our field visit to the Hungarian institution where they are implementing the agriculture policies. So this will be our field visit. We will go together how Hungary is so advanced in order to implement green agriculture policies. I forgot that in parallel also now several countries in our region are celebrating the Science and Innovation Day, Green Science and Innovation Day. Uzbekistan already has this Science and Innovation Day last week, but this week will be Kazakhstan, Moldova, as well as North Macedonia and Georgia. So it means this week we are speaking about green agriculture as well as science and innovation. And let me comment something that what I present this one-pager program is not just a series of presentation. It is a celebration and how we are moving on with green agriculture. So let's think that this is a celebration. We need to be happy these 2 days. And also it's a promise that we will keep pushing boundaries, keep learning from each other, and keep inspiring change. So before finalize my presentation, let's remember 3 years ago it was impossible. Today is happening, and tomorrow it will be unstoppable. And for finalizing, I wanted to invite you to watch our video on green agriculture. Thank you.
Do we get the video, Roland? Okay, thank you.
Earth, oceans, and atmosphere are interconnected systems that have maintained a delicate balance, keeping conditions on our planet relatively stable for 12,000 years, helping humanity to flourish. Our consumption and economic activities and the associated overuse of natural resources, unsustainable practices in a changing climate, are pushing our planet's environmental systems to the limits of their stability. In 2023, 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries, a safe operating space for humanity, have been crossed, causing higher risk of large-scale, irreversible environmental change. Europe and Central Asia are not an exception. The region is facing multiple crises: climate change, biodiversity loss, environmental deterioration, natural resource depletion, multiple burdens of malnutrition, and geopolitical conflicts. To respond to these interconnected issues, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, is leading efforts to advance work on green agriculture, a viable, holistic and multidisciplinary framework for greening agri-food systems, contributing to food security while leaving no one behind. The framework applies the agri-food system approach from production to consumption and implies natural resources management and green production, green supply chain, responsible consumption and food loss and waste. Green agriculture stands at the crossroads of the three dimensions of sustainability: economic, environmental and social, demanding a harmonious balance among them, and actively contributing to the achievement of numerous sustainable development goals. It's an important approach for transforming agri-food systems, eliminating poverty, increasing food and livelihood security, providing healthy diets and nutrition by reducing the toll on natural resources, reducing GHG emissions, minimizing environmental pollution, and saving energy and water for agri-food production. We're on a food journey in the company of people from all over Europe and Central Asia who love, produce, invent, study, share, and dream about food. But what role do science, technology, and innovation play within the greening of agri-food systems and in our lives? While drawing upon innovative approaches and methods from the past, we must also develop a vision for the future of our food. 19 experts from all over the globe are contributing to achieve the green agriculture vision in the region, providing strategic recommendations and technical guidance. This group of experts helps collect, analyse and validate science-based information and green good practices to improve and keep up to date the FAO Regional Technical Platform on Green Agriculture. This platform is the strategic arm for facilitating and connecting stakeholder networks, providing a digital, user-friendly, open intra- and interregional gateway for sharing information and knowledge. To date, FAO is supporting 3 pilot countries, Armenia, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, on their journey to facilitate the green transformation of their agri-food systems. The future of our planet, food security and the well-being of all generations relies on our commitment to transitioning towards greener agri-food systems.
So I think the video gave us already good understanding how complex the issue is. Tanya was outlining what we're gonna do in fact in this 3 days. And so we are slowly moving more into the technical subjects. And in this context, I have now the pleasure to welcome 2 keynote speakers for this event. To really set the scene, in terms of bringing both the technical depth as well as also the policy relevance together. And in this case, I have the pleasure to welcome first Ms. Cilla Ovari. She is the international expert with the thematic group on the green architecture of the EU Common Agriculture Policy Network. Seems to be a very long title in this case, but I think it reflects in this case definitely also the complexity of what Cilla is going to tell us about, sharing the experience, how the European Union is integrating sustainability, biodiversity, and climate resilience into the agriculture policy framework. She's going to be followed by another expert, Stelios Grafakos. He is the lead economist and the country representative in Hungary of the Global Green Growth Institute, another longer title, to share also his insights on how climate-smart agriculture and green finance can drive resilience, employment, and sustainable growth across the region. I think these 2 perspectives are going to give us a strong technical foundation linking policy, science, and the economic innovation as we move in this case forward. So the first one, Cilla, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and colleagues joining us both online and in person, it is a great honor for me to welcome you here to the Global Forum on Green Agriculture and the second Regional Science and Innovation Week. I am here representing the Institute of Agricultural Economics of Hungary, which plays a key role in the supporting of the implementation of the European Union's Common Agricultural Policy, the CAP, in Hungary. As part of the national CAP network, our mission is to promote innovation and digitalization in the agri-food sector to make it more sustainable, resilient, and future-ready. The question we must ask ourselves today is how can we make agriculture more sustainable? The sector is facing a multitude of challenges. On this chart, I try to highlight some of the major pressures, and it is undisputed that the most significant challenge is climate change, but we must also acknowledge the social and economic pressures too, such as the rising input costs and energy prices facing the farmers today, or the aging farming population, or the labor shortages and the depopulation in rural areas. Yet, now I would like to focus a bit on climate change. If we talk about climate change, we must both address mitigation and adaptation. Mitigation is essential because the agriculture is the second largest GHG emission sector. 11% of the greenhouse gas emissions comes from the agriculture in Europe, and 57% of methane emissions and 72% of nitrous oxide emissions also. So if it is to achieve long-term climate neutrality, it is no question to reduce emissions from the agriculture. On the other side, agriculture is highly vulnerable to climate impacts, and climate-related losses amount high costs. For example, drought is the most important hazard in agriculture, which is responsible for half of the losses, and without major adaptation, the costs of climate change will multiple. As response to these all kind of challenges, the European Commission published this year in February its vision on the future of the agriculture and food sector, which is a strategic document. This policy document was elaborated together with all stakeholders of the sector and builds on a dialogue, strategic dialogue, which was carried last year. The document recognizes agriculture and food sector as a strategic sector of the European Union, and it outlines 4 pillars to ensure long-term growth and innovation, competitiveness, attractiveness, and sustainability in the sector. Now I would like to give you a short overview on this strategic document, and let me briefly walk through the 4 pillars of the vision. The first priority area is to build an attractive sector. Making farming a viable and appealing career is essential. The EU aims to ensure fair income through a fair food chain and targeted public support, and through introducing new income supports like nature and carbon credits. And it is to reward ecosystem services too. To achieve these goals, it is important to engage young people into the sector, and that's why it is expected to present this year a new generational renewal strategy of the Commission. Agriculture, the sector's entrepreneurial potential can be enhanced by the bioeconomy. This is another strategic path EU is going on. And after public consultation, which was closed this summer, the European Commission will publish a new bioeconomy strategy by the end of this year. Sorry, I have forgot it too. The second pillar is to foster a competitive and resilient agri-food sector. To strengthen the sector's position in global markets involves diversifying trade partnerships, creating new export opportunities, reducing critical dependencies, and it needs simplifying the policy frameworks. To strengthen the resilience of the agri-food sector, the Commission is developing a new integrated framework for the European climate resilience and risk management. It will be a policy package, and after consultation started at the end of this year, it will be published in the second half of the next year. The third pillar of the vision is to provide the conditions for a future-proof sector. Innovation is a key factor of this, and the EU supports better incentives to reach EU's climate goals, like a carbon market, carbon and nature credits. It supports a decarbonization without compromising competitiveness. It supports healthy soils, clean water and clean air, and nature restoration and biodiversity protection. The setting of the European carbon market for the agri-food sector has a key importance because income from carbon credits may promote the green transition of the sector. But monitoring the transition requires lots of data, so digitalization and using digital farming technologies is of high relevance. Therefore, EU is working on its digitalization strategy, and this year it will publish also a data union strategy which will increase data availability and address international data flows. And last but not least, the fourth priority area of the vision focuses on food and fair living and working conditions in rural areas. It includes reconnecting food with territory, seasonality and traditions, attracting more women into the sector, protecting workers' rights, supporting SMEs, and fostering innovation in rural communities. To achieve these goals, the EU plans to update the EU Rural Action Plan, the Rural Pact, and to develop short supply chains and enhance consumer awareness. Sorry. And as you can see, the vision is really complex, and it integrates the environmental, economic, and social dimensions of sustainability. One of its most important messages is that decarbonization and competitiveness go hand in hand. Agricultural activities that reduce emissions while enhancing climate resilience are the ones that will be sustainable in the long term. The development of the sector must be built on collaboration with farmers, food producers, institutions, and civil society. Digitalization and innovation and knowledge transfer will play a central role in transforming of the food sector, agri-food sector. And generational renewal will be also a key factor. And let us not forget new incentives such as nature and carbon credits are emerging to support this transition. With these introductory thoughts, I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful forum. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Cilla, for these key points already outlining from the EU perspective. Let me, in this case, come directly to our next speaker. Stavros, the floor is yours.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here with you today to share the experiences of Global Green Growth Institute on climate smart agriculture. Great thank you to FAO colleagues for giving us the opportunity to share these experiences and lessons learned with you today, but also giving us space for the marketplace. For those that are not familiar with the Global Green Growth Institute, is a relatively new international intergovernmental organization that was founded in 2012 at Rio Plus 20 conference. And the aim of the organization and its mandate is to support its member and partner countries towards a green growth model of economic development, which is inclusive and environmentally sustainable. GGGI's strategic focus is on multiple programmatic solutions in the whole range of green growth thematic areas, which range from green investments, climate action, climate resilient agriculture, which is the focus of my short speech today, towards further to sustainable forestry, coastal resilience, circular economy, sustainable mobility, green buildings, sustainable energy, and green industries. GGGI's work focuses a lot on policy analysis and development, creating an enabling environment for green growth. A lot of work also on green finance, mobilizing private sector climate finance for green growth projects. And lastly, enhancing capacity on the ground of governments, of communities, of private sector, so on and so forth. President and chair of GGGI's Council and General Assembly is the former General Secretary of United Nations, Mr. Ban Ki-moon. Here you can see in this map the countries where we have developed projects on coastal blue economy in the Caribbean, sustainable landscapes, and climate smart agriculture. As you see, most of our projects are focusing on climate smart agriculture compared to the others, with main focus in the African continent, Asia and Pacific, and we have one program also in Colombia. Just to give you a little bit of background of GGGI's approach when it comes to climate smart agriculture and why we think this forum today is very timely and very important, highlighting green agriculture. As you may know already, agriculture contributes to 1/5 to global greenhouse gas emissions. We saw from the previous speaker that the contributions at the EU level are pretty high. So global is 1/5 of greenhouse gas emissions. At the same time, agriculture is one of the most vulnerable economic sectors due to droughts, floods, so on and so forth. While we are experiencing low crop yield relative to potential yield, also low access to productive energy and inefficient use of freshwater resources. All those make climate-smart agriculture an important solution that could address multiple challenges and multiple objectives at the same time. The way we work in GGI when it comes to climate-smart agriculture, and you will see from the example we're going to discuss briefly today, is following an integrated approach, conducting a value chain analysis, identifying relevant and prioritizing climate-smart agriculture options, technologies, techniques, while designing pilot projects based on the local needs. At the same time, as mentioned before, enabling environment is a very important area where we focus, looking on regulatory and policy frameworks and how those could transform in order to enable the transition to green agriculture practices. At the same time, mobilizing financing resources, engaging with the private sector, with banks, developing business plans, creating linkages with the market, and upscaling private sector engagement. Those are very important areas of work of our approach on climate-smart agriculture projects. Today, I'm going to focus on a project which follows this integrated approach, so it's quite representative on the way we work, I will say. It's from the RLC. It's called the Green Rehabilitation Investment Project for Karakalpakstan Republic in Uzbekistan. And that was funded by the Korean International Cooperation Agency, a budget around $6 million USD. The main outcomes of this project are as follows. The first one is related to analyzing the policy and regulatory frameworks of the RLC. The second one, looking on the human security aspects, livelihoods, and secure jobs. The third one on developing climate-resilient agribusiness models and plans. And the fourth, mobilizing green and finance for climate-smart agriculture practices. So on the first one, as mentioned before, we have developed and produced a number of relevant policy briefs, looking on the legal and political framework in Uzbekistan and Karakalpakstan. Also looking at the potential of climate-smart agriculture practices to accelerate green growth in the region. Also analyzing investment requirements for climate-smart agriculture and looking on the investment needs and potential of additional economic development due to climate-smart agriculture. Also creating and securing jobs and livelihoods in the region. The second outcome focused on identifying risk profiles of the different 4 districts that the project was focused, developing risk profiles looking on sensitivity, adaptive capacity of the people, and the exposure of the different regions. And based on these risk profiles, modules were developed for climate awareness raising that reached a high number of people, around 17,000 people, and developing 6 modules for these awareness raising campaigns. In addition to that, on outcome 3, the focus was on developing agribusiness models, looking on value chain analysis of different agricultural commodities, tomatoes, cucumber, melon, watermelon, apple, apricot, and pear were these agricultural commodities that were analyzed through the whole value chain, based on that, developing models for agriculture and agri-food systems in the region. Here you can see visually some of the CSA, climate smart agriculture techniques that were developed and explored, developing windbreaks through planting trees that on one hand could protect the fields from strong winds, and at the same time could be used to produce several crops and fruits. Hose rail sprinkles and advanced watering techniques. Also tree nursery with windbreaks and drip irrigation. And of course, those models were part of the capacity building exercises, reaching, again, a large number of people, focusing on farmers, youth, and women. In addition to that, we looked on microgreens production in-house conditions and greenhouse with drip irrigation systems, developing around 441 hectares with water-saving irrigation systems. So, and lastly, the last outcome, very importantly, mobilizing the necessary finance for investments from different banks. We supported the development of sustainable bond around 475 million USD and 455 million USD on green bonds. Quite a substantial amount, as you can see, that has been mobilized for climate smart agriculture in combination with the establishment of a climate smart agriculture financing facility. So again, that was the outcome of a very strong engagement with the private sector and the finance sector in the region. So that really described the integrated approach to looking on value chains from policy to finance. This is another study we conducted. I'm not going to the details. Feel free to check online. The focus is on employment impacts of deploying climate smart agriculture practices and the type of jobs and skills that will be generated in order to make sure that farmers, private sector are well equipped with the necessary skills to support the green transition to green agriculture food systems. So I'm not going to share all the details. I will close my intervention with few concluding remarks based on our experience, as you have seen in different geographical regions around the globe. So the first one is that a commitment is really required by international institutions, but also an enabling environment for the private sector to intervene and mobilize the necessary resources to fund climate smart agriculture projects. The second, which also we heard earlier about science-based decision-making when it comes to design and analysis of policies for climate smart agriculture, particularly in the context of the nationally determined contributions where we are currently in the middle of this process. Countries need to develop monitoring and verification systems to account for their greenhouse gas emissions coming from the agricultural sector, identify the necessary agriculture measures to reduce these emissions, and this way should be also able to tap on climate finance. Furthermore, it's important to enhance policy coordination across nexus. We heard also that agriculture is at the nexus of food, water, energy, and climate. So it's very important to coordinate across these policy fields for, again, enabling climate smart agriculture practices. Capacity and skills development, very important. We heard about technology, so it's really important to equip the farmers, private sector, youth and women with the right skills and the capacity to be able to apply climate-smart agricultural practices. And lastly, we need the long-term planning and strategic vision when it comes to investment and research, investing in research and development, again, on innovation and technology, as we heard, is a very important element on advancing climate-smart agricultural practices. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention and wish you a very fruitful exchange in this forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much also, Stelios, for this. Thanks again also, Chila. Both of you for this inspiring perspectives. I think you have reminded us that green agriculture is both a policy choice and an economic opportunity. And above all, it requires people. It requires people who bring, in this case, also innovation, bring innovation also to our planet. Thanks, Chila, also for the particular insight on the EU Common Agricultural Policy. Of course, it has enormous spillovers in this region, not only in the countries who are EU members. And thank you, Stelios, on the interesting project on the Aral Sea, giving, in this case, also a very practical and a clear example. But of course, also your concluding remarks emphasizing the importance of the private sector and also the monitoring and the creation and formulation of evidence policies. I think with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are probably very much ready for our next session. The next session is going to explore how countries around the world are translating these ideas into concrete policies and strategies for greening agri-food systems. But before we're doing so, you all have to do something, and this is you have to get up to take a group photo. And after the group photo, we're gonna have a very short coffee break because we are already a bit running behind. So the group photo should take us maximum 5 minutes, and I'm gonna be reminded it's gonna be outside here in front of the door. And then we would reconvene at 10:55 to be able to start at 11. Thank you.
1, 2, 1, 2. Egy, kettő, egy, kettő, három, négy, egy, kettő, egy, kettő, egy, két, H4, egy, két, H4. Sajnos csak ilyen halkat tudok csinálni, még itt bekapcsolom. Engedj ide, ne haragudj. Egy, kettő, három, négy, egy, kettő, három, négy. Ennyit tudok, ne haragudjál.
Good morning, good afternoon to everyone. I would like to take some attention for our exhibitors, and if you allow me, I would say a few words about each of them. So we have the Alissa Sarr with us from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and they are working to blend traditional knowledge with modern technologies, and their photosynthesis optimization
Yeah, now I have a microphone. Yeah, I just want to use the microphone to call you all back. I will not immediately start, but maybe I can be also heard. I would like to ask particularly our REU colleagues to take the floor, also our RNE colleagues to take the floor. So please do not hesitate to bring the coffee into the room because we, of course, do not want to interrupt, in this case, also the caffeine intake. Okay. So we have a couple of minutes. We have a couple of minutes more because there is a technology issue with the interpretation. So this gives us the opportunity to bring, in this case, everybody, in this case, also back to the room. As I said, please do not hesitate to bring the coffee into the room. Now, I need to take a moment of time to entertain you to bridge the gap of the technology breakdown. But as I'm not very good in entertaining, I cannot tell in this case also too much. Besides that, I think what we heard now already. During the first part of the session, I think was very insightful, was indeed insightful how we have entry points for the green agriculture, the specific efforts which the European Union is in this case also making with the common agriculture policy. Interestingly is probably also that we do not yet know how are going to be the changes looking like in the European context, because the common agriculture policy is also going to be revised. But I think also the RLC example was also quite an interesting one. Are we gonna be further with the technology? Not yet. Actually, I could take the moment in order to maybe get some views from the floor, but then we still have the problem also with the translation, that the ones who need the translation can also not hear. So I will stay now quiet for 2 minutes. Without translation. There's no translation. So that's why. Or the technology of the translation. I hope it doesn't make you nervous if you have to wait. but you would have to wait anyway. Finish, right? Yeah, but the translators say so I hope it doesn't make you nervous if we have to wait. But the only problem is we, and Dimitri maybe told already, we have to be a bit shorter.
Very short, you told
Yeah,
us.
yeah.
Very short, maybe 3-4 minutes.
Right,
very
right.
important points.
Yeah, yeah, right, right.
Maybe we can start only with English. Maybe we can, if it is fine with all of them or not.
Yeah, but you have some people who need a translation. So we are. It's a bit. We can. It's not very nice if we say, okay, translation doesn't work. But then we have to. The danger is certainly that if they're gonna stop on that one.
No, I think that they will.
Call the project manager, he sends me the paper in the Arabic language. One devices has to be replaced. The replacing recipe or the other booth as well, so they have to be configured all. I asked extra to make it faster. So can you do something that would mean
Köszönöm, fiúk, jó munkát, aztán találkozunk. Igen, igen.
So I have to apologize again also for this technical glitch which we have, but again also as I mentioned also before, we want to have the possibility that every participant in the end is really in a position also to listen, and therefore we want to make sure that translation in this case is also functioning. So we are in this case of course running very much behind also of the time, so we need particularly also these sessions to maybe let's say compress them a bit, and in this case I'm particularly asking our two facilitators, Dimitri as well also Fadat, to be very strict in terms of the time, and I will also make my introduction in this case even shorter in order to save some time. So we are now beginning the series of the regional insightful journeys, so where we will have each region will present their experiences, challenges and policy responses in greening the agriculture system. We're really doing in this case round the world tour, and we start by using Europe and Central Asia. It's not necessarily from an alphabetical order in this case, but being here in Europe, we thought we're going to start with this region, where the regional technical platform of green agriculture was established, where we have also the pilot work which you have heard in several of the countries, and in particular Kyrgyzstan has been paving the way for innovation and learning, but of course also Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan and Armenia. At the same time, I am very happy to see our colleagues also from Near East to present the cases also from the North Africa region, and we will have in this case the great opportunity, while one region is presenting, the other region is listening but also then reflecting on this one, and we will do in this way also the tour in the afternoon with the other regions. So Roland, can I ask you to play a short video? Maybe you can also cut the time a bit down.
It's 7 a.m. in Reykjavik, the capital city of Iceland. Families are waking up to a breakfast of traditional oats and a cup of coffee. More than 6,000 kilometers due east, it's 7 p.m. near Kyrgyzstan's eastern border with China. Families here are settling down for a dinner of chopped lamb with onions and noodles. Food. We need enough of it to avoid being hungry, and the right mix of nutrients to ensure a healthy, active life. But we also want our food to be safe and produced without damaging or depleting the natural resources we rely on. Europe and Central Asia is a vibrant region of nearly 1 billion people, living in over 50 countries, speaking more than 300 languages across 13 time zones. Working on behalf of all the region's countries is the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. FAO has more than 70 years of experience in the business of food and agriculture worldwide, combining operational efficiency with deep technical knowledge. While chronic hunger has by and large been eradicated from this part of the world, pockets of food insecurity continue to exist, especially in Central Asia and the Caucasus. Malnutrition, including stunted growth in children and rising rates of obesity, is a serious concern for all countries in Europe and Central Asia. But a one-size-fits-all approach does not apply to this dynamic region. Levels of prosperity are as diverse as the region's cultures, climates, and landscapes. Former communist countries have largely transitioned to market orientation and are eager to export their agri-food products. More than half the region's countries are members or candidates for membership in the European Union. Many of them capable of investing and extending technical or policy assistance elsewhere in the region where it's needed. From its regional office in Budapest, its sub-regional hub in Ankara, and a network of country offices across the region, FAO advises on policy, tackles technical problems, publishes studies and guidelines, and conducts training on the pressing issues these countries are facing. From combating animal disease in Georgia and Tajikistan, to advising Ukraine as it reforms its agriculture sector. From raising awareness of the dangers of pesticides for children and helping countries clean up stores of obsolete pesticides, to calling attention to gender disparities in access to land and credit. With world-class expertise in crops, livestock, trade economics, food safety, nutrition, fisheries, forestry, and more, FAO is a desirable partner for countries working to achieve their sustainable development goals. FAO is also there when disaster strikes. Floods in the Western Balkans destroyed crops, livestock, and infrastructure. Together with the European Union and other partners, FAO is helping vulnerable farm families get back on track and prepare for possible emergencies in the future. Rural families coping with armed conflict in eastern Ukraine received emergency help too. A rigorous survey of household needs was conducted on both sides of the conflict line. FAO's portfolio of work is large and diverse. All countries in the region benefit from FAO expertise, but field projects and policy advice are focused where the need is greatest. Mainly in Eastern Europe, the Western Balkans, the Caucasus, and Central Asia. While the European Union and its countries are the major resource partners here, they're not the only ones. The governments of Turkey, Russian Federation, Finland, Switzerland, and others have also stepped up, helping their neighbors recover from emergencies, build resilient agricultural sectors, and develop more sustainable food systems. In Tajikistan, Turkey, and Ukraine, FAO is managing major projects financed by the Global Environment Fund, or GEF. It's 7 p.m. in Budapest. FAO staff are working late, grabbing tea or coffee and gathering in the conference room. They could be designing an e-learning course on trade disputes, drawing up a public tender for seeds and fertilizer, or planning an African swine fever awareness campaign. Whatever the latest challenge, these men and women see a bright future for the Europe and Central Asia region. As countries adopt more sustainable farming practices, diversify diets for better nutrition, reduce losses and waste in their food value chains, clean up environmental damage, and become more competitive in agri-food production and trade. They move closer to realizing their national goals and ensuring healthy, food-secured lives for present and future generations.
quick snapshot of what the region is about, key elements, key focus. So let's very fast, in this case, now dive into the direct presentation. And in this case, I have the pleasure to give the floor to Dimitri Zviagintsev, the policy officer in the Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia. And Dimitri will present the key highlights from the Regional Green Agriculture Policy Assessment Report for this region, and provide also the analytical, and it's providing the analytical foundation for our discussion today. And Dimitri will then get also inputs from the various panelists who are already lined up on the chairs from the regional office side. Dimitri, the floor is yours.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Our regional overview we will be presenting together with my colleague Professor Jambor Attila from Corvinus University. And let me briefly introduce also the members of our panel. We have Dilfuza Egamberdieva, Deputy Director of International Center for Strategic Development and Research in Food and Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture, Republic of Uzbekistan. Dilfuza, welcome. We have Mirsad Spahic, Head of Department for Economic Analysis and Market, Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Management for Montenegro. Welcome, Mirsad. We have Mr. Azad Jafarli, Chief of Staff, Ministry of Agriculture, Republic of Azerbaijan. Online, we have a World Bank economist covering Western Balkans, Zhang Feng, also joining us, and he will be contributing to the discussion. I would like to say a few words about the green agriculture in general. The thing is that this is the general overview of green agriculture policies and programs in the region. Our study is going to be different compared to others to be presented today. We focused on agricultural budget primarily, and we focused on the analysis of the programs funded by the governments. And we looked with the questions such as, do governments mention green agriculture as a strategic goals, and do they also invest in green agriculture, and if they do, how much and in what particular areas? I will mention just briefly the definition for green agriculture. As you know, it is employment of agricultural practices, technologies, innovations that enhance productivity in sustainable manner, increase resilience, food security, ensures higher income for small-scale farmers. In short, it is about farming systems that are environmentally sustainable, economically viable, and socially responsible. 3 dimensions. When we analyze, in general terms, agriculture in our region, I would just briefly mention that we see the share of agriculture in the general employment in GDP has declined since 1990s quite substantially. If you just look at the columns at the moment, with the blue showing the share of agriculture in GDP in 1990, and with the purple showing share of agriculture in GDP in 2022, we see most of the countries have decreased significantly the share. That means that the services grew, the tourism sector grew, telecommunications, banking sector, and of course the agriculture sector shrank. It also shrank with respect to the employment. Compared to 1990, the dots represent the employment, and in this case, the green is the employment in 1990, and the quasi-purple dot is the employment in 2022. For most of our countries, we see the decrease in employment in agricultural sector. This is natural, but that decrease is not that dramatic, and we see still that there is a labor that is perhaps waiting for its next move out of the sector at the moment. Another indicator about the productivity in the region, one indicator on land productivity and the labor productivity. Since 2000, we have already 25 years to go, and most of the countries of our region have improved in land productivity quite significantly, but we also saw the labor productivity increases for at least 20 years. Generally, the governments of our region invest in agriculture, and these are the examples of general expenditures in agriculture and forestry in million US dollars and percentages. The biggest investors in agriculture with respect to budgets are Turkey, Russia, Kazakhstan, Belarus, and Uzbekistan, with other countries investing smaller amounts, but also share of agriculture into the budget. When we started discussing about the green agricultural policies, we first looked whether the senior management, whether the strategic documents are reflecting the strategic messages with respect to green agriculture. And we saw that the strategies, the programs, they do reflect the notion about cleaning the air, cleaning water, moving to the environmental targets, which is good. And just as an example, this is the AI-generated analysis of the messages made by the ministers of agriculture in our region on occasion of celebrating FAO 80th anniversary. So we analyzed and we asked the machine what are the most repeated messages the ministers convey to FAO and are in mind of the ministers when they are talking about agriculture. And primarily they talk about food security and ending hunger, but we see that they are talking about sustainable and resilient agri-food systems, climate change adaptation and environmental protection, water management, and etc. So in this case, green agriculture is at the core of the strategic messages. Do the strategic messages translate in the programming? I invite my colleague Attila to continue.
Thank you, Dimitri. My name is Attila Jambor. It's very nice to be here with you today. And as the lead author of this study behind this presentation, I'm happy to share some insights with you on what we have found. So Dimitri was talking about the use of AI to compile a nice figure. This is also a figure coming out of AI. What we did is that we asked artificial intelligence to show us what kind of practices are available in these countries in the Europe and Central Asia region. And as you can see, there is a nice diversity of different practices already available in the countries, from no tillage to biodiversity, conservation, smart water use. Very different techniques are available. The issue, what we found, is that despite the fact that they are available, there is a very low uptake at a very general farm level of these practices. In terms of the situation of green agriculture in Europe and Central Asia, if you read a report or if you consult a colleague, one of the main entry points in this regard is the low level of input use in this region. And if you are not so much aware of the situation in the region, you may think that this is because of wise environmental management, but you would be wrong. This issue of low input use is purely because of a low level of general productivity in the region compared to Western European countries. So as we can see from the figures also presented by Dimitri, there is kind of a gap or lag behind. Of course, the situation is not the same by region. We see some good examples, some good practices evolving. For instance, in Georgia and also in some other countries like Armenia, we see the increase of organic farming. It's a very nice tendency, though we have to be aware that the share of land under organic farming is still below 1%, so very limited impact in this regard. In terms of green agriculture policies, I think we can state that the vast majority of the countries are aware of the seriousness of the situation which we are facing. They are all aware of the risks and the impacts of climate change. They are all aware that they have to mitigate, they have to adapt to the different climate change scenarios. However, there is again a very different readiness which we have found in this report. Just to show you some good examples, we have listed here, for instance, organic waste, organic composting in Albania and also in Georgia. You can, for instance, see that there is, the climate resilient crop scheme is quite popular in North Macedonia, which is kind of a wise decision to select those species which are climate resilient. And you can also see some examples from Uzbekistan, for instance, mainly related to irrigation, related to cotton production, which is very water intensive. We have also found some limitations hindering the green agriculture process in these countries in the region. And actually we have identified 5 different factors which are hindering the progress. The first factor is structural constraints. As you may be aware, many of the farms are fragmented, cultivating land around 1 or 2 hectares, and as you can imagine, it's pretty hard to be productive in such small land sizes, and also it's the turnover of investment in terms of digital investment or climate smart investments are much longer than in a bigger farm. We also have found some behavioral constraints as factors hindering the progress. Most of the farmers, there's a kind of an aging population. Most of the farmers are getting old. They are reluctant to select new technologies. And also the farmers in the vast majority of the cases are risk averse. They don't want to invest from their own money. And this is, of course, not helping the progress. We also have found some underdeveloped infrastructures in the region. Institutional capacities are weak in many countries, and even the issue of climate change or environment is kind of dissipated in the overall governmental structure. We also have found a lack of policy coherence in this regard. So it seems that in many countries, ministries, departments, governmental institutions are working like ivory towers. Everybody want to help, but there's a lack of coherence, lack of coordination between these different parts of the structure, which is also problematic. And last but not least, we have found limited funding on climate smart agriculture, and I ask now Dimitri to show you some evidence on this.
Thank you, Attila. Thank you. Here, I would just like to show you an example how green is agricultural budget in a number of our countries. This is an example from the Western Balkans. This is the budget transfers for environment and social benefits in million euro, as well as the percentage of the total agricultural support. As a percentage in the Western Balkans, Montenegro has approximately 2.35% of total agricultural budget on environment, spending on environment and climate issues, and this is the highest percentage among the countries of the Western Balkans. However, because of the size, of course, we have Serbia and North Macedonia with approximately 20 million euro investment. However, as a share of total agricultural budget, the greening efforts are quite small. I would like just to show you an example from the Regional Review on Food Security and Nutrition. Before 2020, we gave the figure for the European Union and the UK, and at that time that was less than 10% of total agricultural budget of these entities devoted to agriculture and environment. At the moment, UK and European Union targets approximately 40%. However, the figures related to other countries of our region did not change much. So the percentage-wise, we see that the countries are not investing enough in green agriculture. There are projects, there are interesting ideas, and definitely the amount actually of that funding is also quite substantial. We will hear the colleague from Uzbekistan on that matter as well. With respect to the just examples, to give an overview from our paper, we looked at what country examples we can promote. And we looked at the experience of EU member states, and a few messages just I would like to highlight. Please look at your current agricultural support and subsidies and consider conditionality. Perhaps providing a subsidy should be conditional to additional environmental or good agricultural practices requirements. So that is one step to green your current budget support. In order to introduce agri-environmental payments, for instance, or different measures, but also new eco schemes. In EU experience, interesting grant scheme organized around the efforts of farmers, joining efforts together with together as a producer association and advisory services, and developing some sort of development plan with environmental or climate adaptation measures. And they set up a baseline, and then they set up a target, and they move to the target based on the investment grant it is provided to them. In this case, it is an additional incentive for the farmers to move forward. Our paper has observed a number of other countries' experience. I would just skip it a bit because we are time constrained, but you will cover the adoption with me, right? Okay, so pretty much we spoke with the experts of the region, and we asked them to provide some sort of an evaluation of where their country is with respect to green agriculture, how green is the policy. And they were provided with a number of the criteria. One of them, the policy is at early stage, at some level of preparation, at moderate stage, and there is also another indicator highlighting an excellent condition of the preparation. So in this case, I will just hand over my colleague to describe where the countries are.
Okay, thanks. I won't wrap too much time with this, just for you to understand what we did. So we actually used a multiple criteria assessment here, analyzing the documents, the structures behind greening agriculture in the different regions. We also consulted the different experts, and we created a 5-point scale where 1 is what we called early stage of development, and 5 is kind of very good stage of development. As you can see, the region in the region, the countries could just reach in the first 3 scales. So this is how we call the first stage is early stage. The second one is some level of preparation, while the third one is moderately prepared. And as you can see, there are various reasons behind, but I assume due to time constraints, I wouldn't go into each and every details of the countries.
This is just an expert opinion regarding the progress, and just to wrap up, there are approximately 8 points as a takeaway from our study. We see that definitely we encourage countries to do more with respect to supporting multi-stakeholder dialogues. We suggest them to organize working groups, committees, and forums that promote green agriculture and food system transformation as much as possible, working with your communities and regional authorities in that matter. Please look at the strengthening the regulatory and institutional framework by improving the laws and orders, but also please build up the capacity of the staff. So we recommend ministries to think about building capacity of the staff to be able to speak with the farmers and the regional authorities on that topic as well. Integrating green agriculture into the programming is also crucial. We suggested the experience of the EU with respect to introducing a green conditionality in the current subsidies. That's one way of going forward, but also considering perhaps introducing a different type of subsidies, but also maybe setting up kind of a milestone for the share of green agriculture budget in the total budget of the Ministry of Agriculture. Perhaps maybe stretching to 3% would be something to consider. Repurposing and increasing financing for agriculture is critically important. That means that we understand the ministries are constrained with respect to the budgets, but we also understand that it is possible to repurpose the current budget support. By repurposing, I mean to review current subsidies and to look for environmentally harmful and damaging subsidies, to look for trade distortive subsidies, those subsidies that maybe incentivize water use, increase pollution, or incentivize gasoline application, for example. Please look at those and maybe reduce them. Then you will have the funding for the repurposing, and then you can come up with your own new idea for budget support. Investing in climate adaptation and mitigation technologies and practices is critically important. We see that the countries are actually providing a subsidy to compensate for the interest rate or the loans. So again, in a provision of that subsidy, it is possible to introduce the priority theme, and that could be environmental or climate adaptation theme that can also incentivize then or prioritize the distribution of the limited budget support. That's one more solution. There are two more points I would like to mention and wrap up. We recommend building strong advisory services. Please make sure that they have the knowledge available in the field or farmer pioneers or maybe farming schools with the knowledge about green agriculture and food system transformation in general. And we recommend countries to set up the baseline on the level of the ministries of agriculture with respect to greenhouse gas emission, and then also to think about the reduction targets. That is only possible if the data is available, and perhaps by looking at the sustainability indicators with respect to economic sustainability indicators or environmental sustainability indicators or social. That provides the ministries additional information where they are, but also where they want to go with the budget support, moving the farmers together with them. We will have also discussion with colleague from Azerbaijan, and this year Azerbaijan starts the project on sustainability measurement, farm level sustainability measurement with FAO. With that, I would like to wrap up and to move on with to our session. Thank you, Attila, for your input. Thank you. Just to take a breath. I would like to start with Central Asia. In our study, in this case, the countries of Central Asia at early or in the beginning stages of adopting green agriculture. We also saw that of course there is a budget limitation, but as we are speaking with the colleague working in the sector, the foreign investment and the piloting funding at the moment is approximately is very similar to the size of the agricultural budget in the Republic of Uzbekistan. And I would like to hear a bit more on the views from Dilfuza on greening efforts with international support.
Sorry, I'm very happy to be here to meet many experts here, and then because of time shortage, I will summarize very important point from Uzbekistan. This year, 2025, Uzbek government declared as environmental protection green economy year. So it means it placed the green agriculture one of the national priority. So we are not beginning to put our first step to green agriculture. We begin it from the after COVID-19 pandemic. As we all know, whole world knows that after COVID-19, we call it COVID-19 teach us that nature has no borders. So it's we have to live. We humans should live in harmony with nature, considering animal health, ecosystem health, environment. That's why One Health approach is very important. Uzbekistan begins this, considering this approach from 2020, 2021. So what we have done till today. So we realized that because Uzbekistan is a developing country, we realized that international financial institutions support and help is very important. So at the moment, we have some international funding agencies working in Uzbekistan, like International Fund for Agriculture Development, Japan, you know JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, World Bank, Asian Development Bank, they're all working now in Uzbekistan. It's a different program, for example, to support horticulture, to support livestock, to support some other the sectors in agriculture, also capacity building. Uzbekistan also not only depend on international funding, it's also providing subsidies, like Dimitri told that we, from 2020 till 2023, we have around 360 million USD subsidies for farmers. So we have also established one platform, AgroSubsidy. It's all farmers can apply and get support. Mainly, it's climate-smart agriculture, some water-saving technologies, resource-saving technologies, or to support some power. And also, whatever the farmers need, they can apply and get this support. It's very helpful for farmers. Another point, if we consider 2020 till today, for example, we cannot say that organic agriculture is very developed in Uzbekistan. We made first step to organic farming. So in Uzbekistan, 7,000 hectares is given for organic farming. We are producing up to 17,000 tons of the products, organic products, but it's developing year by year. And another point is water-saving technology. We are now implementing in 800,000 hectare lands. It's not only drip irrigation, but different water-saving technologies. And also, total amount of international financial institution support is 1.5 billion USD. It's International Fund for Agricultural Development is main sponsor and investor. And another, one of the big project is World Bank. World Bank has two programs, modernization agriculture sector of Uzbekistan and modernization in science innovation. It's a different program. But what's good? Because without science innovation, we cannot make any achievement in sustainable development goals. So 500 million USD is given modernization for agriculture sector. It has loan and grants. Grants, as you know, loans are given to farmers, companies, but grants is given to research institutions. So each research institution is receiving from 1 to 3 million USD. It's only modernized equipments because they have to develop some innovative ideas and technologies. Another program is modernization, innovation, science, and technology. Because science, the results of science innovation should go to application. This is a very good model, very good system we have developed in Uzbekistan. For example, 50% companies will invest, 50% is World Bank is giving us a support grant. So that is very helpful. The scientist is developing some, the investors or innovators is developing some ideas, and company will begin to produce. This very good model. So we want to some national organizations also want to use this model from the World Bank, which was very successful. So we are continuing about the carbon, the sequestration. From this year, you know, biochar technology. So we are implementing biochar technology in whole country, 12 provinces. So it's very good to use bio-waste into the product, biofertilizer. So in this way, we want to also increase the carbon sequestration whole country, because as you know, Uzbekistan has 26 million hectares of agricultural lands. From that, cultivated lands, 4 million hectares. So it's very important to consider bio-waste into the biochar technology and then use for agriculture. So thank you very much. If any questions, so I will.
Thank you, Dilifuza. Just to summarize, we see that the international support plays a very important role in this case for Uzbekistan. We saw with you the figures. The national budget equals the international support at the moment.
Yeah.
So in this case, a bit more of also national funding would be still critical to move on forward. I would like to move on to the Western Balkans, to Mirsad. Mirsad, the National Agriculture and Rural Development Strategy states that under organic agriculture, there should be approximately 20% of the land by 2028. Perhaps you would like to elaborate about the commitment with respect to the budget support to meet that goal, and perhaps you would like to describe a bit about different greening efforts with respect to the policy of the Ministry of Agriculture. Please, you have 4 minutes maybe,
I will
right?
be short.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Dimitri. First of all, thank you for invitation. It's a great honor to be here on behalf of Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Management of Montenegro. For those who don't know where is Montenegro, Montenegro is a small country on the Mediterranean region, on the Western Balkans. We are very close to finish a negotiation with European Union, and also I want to note we are a small country with small agriculture, but we have good and limited condition. In our case, we have a lot of meadows and pastures for organic production. Currently, we have approximately 600 agricultural producers in organic schemes. Now we have a new strategic plan for agricultural production, and we want to have approximately 1,000 organic producers in near future. Why? Because we try to find a way for new funds in European Union. For now, we have a good consumption in IPARD program, approximately 90% of total funds. Currently, we have a good support for organic producer, a young farmer under 50 age. He can expect approximately support of 1,000 euro per hectare in first year. I think it is a good support for beginners. Other things, we have a lot of measures for processing sector and etc. Now we have also impact of climate change in Montenegro. I want to share one case. A few years ago, near capital city Podgorica, we had a storm. In just 9 minutes, we lost approximately 5% of GDP, total GDP of agriculture. Actually, one small production, but big impact of climate change. Now we signed one program with IFAD and Adaptation Fund. It is a grant of 10 millions. It is cover small farmers, municipalities, and water supply systems. Also, we expect additional 40 millions of loans regarding this. But also, I want to note something. We are small, and we are not, how to say, we haven't enough power for resilience, for good food security, and how to say, we are import a lot of. We are import also products and knowledge, but for green agenda, I think we have a space to increase our production, and in next years we will have focus on this.
Thank you, Mirsad. We will, I mean, with your example, we actually see a combination of investing the national funding as well as attracting international support, and doing it together makes a lot of sense, having the budgetary constraint. To stay in the region of the Western Balkans, I'm wondering if the Western Fang Zheng is with us for the observations from the World Bank on the situation with greening of agricultural policies in the Western Balkans, and perhaps you have some points that you would like to highlight with your intervention. You have 4 minutes. If we have Fang Zheng with us. We have, all right, good. He should be connected. We see that we are connected with you, but we don't hear you. Fang Zheng, maybe you're muted. don't hear you. I don't know whether you hear us, but we don't.
I hear you. Can you hear me? Hello?
But it's on the background, so the video on the background, I guess. Yeah, it's not going to be different. But I'm wondering if we have the connection. Just to save up the time, Roland, can we move to another speaker while you're adopting the technology? Yeah, all right, thank you. Apologies, Feng Zheng. Just then, I would like to move from the Western Balkans to South Caucasus to our colleague from Azerbaijan. And we observe that Azerbaijan is also investing a very small amount of the national funding, national limited and precious funding into the agriculture in general, and small share of that also to the area of greening, kind of the stage of maybe early stage of adopting green agriculture in general terms, but we also see the strategic commitment from senior management, from the top leadership. With respect to sustainability, perhaps you would like to elaborate on the efforts of the ministry with respect to greening and sustainability. You have 4 minutes. Jafar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dimitri. When I listen to you, it's so easy for me to think about its implementation. When I go back to my office after this international event, I understand how many challenges we have. And in fact, when we are talking about the green agriculture, which is now part and parcel of our strategy for each and every national country, then we understand that it's because of the challenges we all face. It ranged from the conflict-affected zones to the climate change, especially in the context of the COVID pandemics. We all understood that the agriculture, now today, green agriculture should be our strategy. It's not just a kind of a business as usual, but rather it's a completely different issue to look into our activities. So therefore, it's also going to be my honor to present Azerbaijan's vision and policies on green agriculture. For us, green agriculture is not only a necessity dedicated by climate change, but also strategic choice that determines the future of our food security, rural development, and ecological balance. And over the past decade, Azerbaijan has significantly increased its investment in sustainable development and climate-resilient agriculture. So I will start from those conflict-affected zones where in Karabakh and Eastern region, Zengezur economic regions, we have developed green zones. Agriculture there is being established on the basis of renewable energy, smart irrigation technologies, modern logistic infrastructure. Smart farming will serve as models for future agriculture development in these areas. Well, there is also a special action plan on the first state program on the great return to those liberated territories, and nearly 190,000 hectares have already been cleared of mines. I think this very experience of Azerbaijan will be very needed in recent future. By the end of 2026, the total area of these areas will be reaching to 280,000 hectares. Nearly 90,000 hectares were sown in these areas recently, and between 22 and 25, a total of 18,000 people comprising over 5,000 families have been successfully resettled in 15 restored settlements. Why I'm mentioning it? Because in 2025, to utilize the summer pastures in the eastern Zengezur and Karabakh economic regions, over 207,000 small remnants and 600 large ruminants were relocated to those territories. The smart village concept in Azerbaijan in Ağalı district of Zengilan has been also implemented. And happily to mention that during the coffee break, I also met the youngsters representing this very project. They are now implementing in Ağalı district the project called Digital Village. Digital Village, it's also part of our smart village concept. And by the way, you can see that there were nothing before. This village, Ağalı, where we are together with FAO, is now implementing this very project of Digital Village initiative, is also based on the renewable energy. So everything is based on green economy and smart village concept. And all the people working there, almost they are affiliated to the agricultural sector. So there's not any single person without any activity in this area. And this is another very district. They are both purely very green areas with green agriculture implementation area. So I will bring, Dimitri, many other statistics as you asked me to do, because we know that if I speak like on my own, it's just—
You have 2 minutes.
I will try to do my best.
Can I ask you? Yeah, thank you.
We took more time for introduction rather than presentation, so we also know that. So therefore, I will make it based on the, statistics. So dedicated subsidies and certification schemes have been introduced to promote organic farming. The government provides financial incentives for farmers, and currently more than 6,000 hectares are cultivated under organic principles. The figure is expected to expand rapidly. Recognizing the acute challenge of water scarcity, Azerbaijan has prioritized modern irrigation systems. Drip and pivot irrigation technologies receive subsidies covering up to 40 to 60% of installation costs. At present, more than 100,000 hectares are irrigated with water-efficient technologies, with the target of 150,000 hectares by 2027. As a result of these policies, water-efficient technologies now cover over 10% of irrigated lands, and compared to just 5% decade ago. Farmers benefit from soil improvement subsidies, including support for organic fertilizers, compost, and practices that increase soil organic matter. This measure supports soil recovery, preserves natural fertility, prevents land over-exploitation. Emissions from agriculture account for around 20% of Azerbaijan's total GHG emissions, and the ministry has committed to reducing this share significantly by 2030 through renewable energy adoption and climate-smart practices. Following the commitment made during COP29 that was held in Azerbaijan last year in November in Baku, Azerbaijan has integrated greenhouse gas emission reduction targets into its agricultural policy. In 2025, more than 400 million Azerbaijani manats was allocated from the state budget for agricultural subsidies, a significant portion of which targeted green practices, such as water-efficient irrigation, soil fertility, and biodiversity measures. Approximately 30% of subsidy allocations were linked to sustainable resource management, demonstrating the growing focus on green agriculture. Well, there were also a number of the measures that have been taken by the ministry in terms of the resilient, low-carbon, resource-efficient, and inclusive sector transformation. I will skip them, and I will leave them for your question and answers and comments, if any. Just to conclude, that we also try to increase the share of water energy-saving technologies in irrigated lands to 40% by 2030. So Azerbaijan's green agriculture policy demonstrates how national programs, budgetary measures, and strategic commitments can align to support sustainable development. As a nation that hosted COP29, Conference of Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, we declared 2020 as the year of solidarity for a green world, and Azerbaijan is determined to continue leading role and share its experience with partners worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jafarli. I am wondering for a minute if we have the World Bank representative joining us. Great. So perhaps I will just ask my question to the colleague on World Bank reflections on the developments in the Western Balkans. Wang Zheng, if you hear us. We are a bit constrained in time. If you can wrap it up within 3 minutes, we'll highly appreciate. Thank you.
Si puede responder en 3 minutos.
Yeah, I guess we are observing the difficulties. I apologize, Wang Zheng, for inconvenience. We have to move on. I see the organizers pushing the agenda quite hard. Apologies for that. Our study reflects the observations from the World Bank study on the Western Balkans, and I welcome everybody to look into that specifically. With that, I would like to wrap up. We see that we are setting kind of a baseline with our study. We confirm that the countries are working in the area of greening agriculture. We see that it will be good for the ministries to strengthen institutional capacities, but also invest a bit more in financing, in climate adaptation mitigation, advisory services, but also baseline systems to understand the current emissions, but perhaps also set up the targets for the reduction. I welcome continued reflections and discussions beyond this session. Perhaps you had some discussions and ideas when you were listening to us. Please take those to your countries, but also let's have a conversation today and tomorrow during this conference. Once again, I thank you all, colleagues, for your time. Thank you for your expertise and your commitment, in this case, in advancing green agriculture in Europe and Central Asia. Thank you all. Thank you, the participants, and thank you, panel members. With that, we will wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dimitri. Thank you, Attila, for this insight. And I have to apologize that we are rushing you in this case also a bit. Thank you very much for also the panelists from the regional office, and again also apologizing to our colleague from the World Bank because of the technical issues. Usually technology is an issue on Monday, but I think today is Tuesday, so I don't know why this also has happened. So we are rushing from a bit north over the Mediterranean to RNE. And so in this case, I'm very happy to welcome our colleagues from RNE. Maybe a short applause for that should be time. Very much appreciated to have you here and to have, in this case, an opportunity and also a reflection. Now, in the plan, we have, in fact, that we're going to, this is the reason why we have these pairs. We have REU and we have RNE. That we have a very short reflection what RNE colleagues also have heard on the basis of the REU experience. And in this context, let me invite also Fida Haddad, the Senior Program Officer in RNE, who is, of course, also facilitating in the same way like Dimitri was doing this also for REU. But before coming to the RNE inputs, maybe Fida, any short reflection on what you have heard? How do you see this from the RNE perspective? So maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and then we will be happy to listen to insights from the RNE region.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting us and for this opportunity to share the regional experience on greening agriculture, climate change, and water scarcity in the region. When I was following up the situation with Rio, it's clearly indicated that even with the region that some of the countries are budgeting for their greening agriculture, while, for example, in our region, mainly the greening agriculture and the funds based on or rely more on multi-lateral partners funding mechanism issues. Still, unfortunately, agriculture has the lowest part of the budget to invest on food system and support greening agricultural practices. And that's what I found is a common challenges between between both regions, let's say, and related to the greening agriculture. However, the point of how in Rio, some of the countries used, for example, the subsidiary programs to reflect into greening agriculture. That's what maybe what we can learn more on how to translate that into budgeting and policies. Because in our region, we have many cases that are just supporting the adaptation, for example, to climate change, the resilience of the community. Also maybe because of the the typology or context of the Mediterranean region, where we have some conflicts and 3 different typologies in the region, where we have Gulf countries, countries under conflict, North Africa with more biodiversity, West Asia with more biodiversity hotspots, but need for more anticipatory and resilience actions. So that, I think, if our panelists have a quick feedback before we take you to Near East, not so far from Rio. It's just like go down the map where we can have, we share a common ecosystem as well. I don't know if you have any feedback here?
Okay, you want to make some time, very much appreciated also in this context. So with this one, thank you very much, Fida, for this quick feedback, and I think you highlighted already quite a number of interesting aspects, taking also the different diversity also of the RNE region into consideration. So we are turning, colleagues, to the Near East and North Africa region, where water scarcity, climate change, climate stress, and resource efficiency are really critical factors in shaping the green agriculture. So let's also watch a short video so to dive us into the region, and then we're gonna give the floor to Fida, and in this case I can already tell you, you can use your Arabic language because we want to take advantage of the translation, so please feel free if you're happy to do so. So the video, please, Roland.
Over the past 70 years, its population has surged 6-fold, projected to reach 633 million by 2050. Although agriculture sustains rural economies, it's contributing 13% to the GDP and providing 38% of jobs in the NENA region, climate change and urban migration put agri-food systems under significant stress.
It looks like from a technology point of view it's Friday.
Parece que es viernes. Durante los últimos...
Yeah, but it's nicer to have in principle the
systems under significant stress. Stands at a critical juncture. To reach 633 million by 2050. Although agriculture sustains rural economies, contributing 13% to the GDP and providing 38% of jobs in the NENA region. Climate change and urban migration put agri-food systems under significant stress. Water scarcity is a pressing issue in the NENA region, with per capita freshwater availability plummeting by 78% since 1962. Agriculture, which consumes 85% of freshwater, struggles to keep pace with a rapidly growing population. As domestic food production lags behind, reliance on imports increases, bringing political and economic challenges. Urban populations are projected to reach 73% by 2050 in the NENA region, heightening demand on infrastructure, land, and water. Without intervention, we risk losing valuable agricultural land to urban expansion. Transforming our agri-food systems means viewing them as integrated entities that balance urban and rural needs. Urban cities can foster resilience by reconnecting with rural areas, ensuring a steady supply of fresh, locally sourced food.
Strengthening urban-rural linkages is vital for food security, economic development, and environmental sustainability. Connecting rural farmers with urban markets creates resilient food systems that benefit communities. FAO leads this effort through 5 strategic areas: enhancing urban forests and green spaces, reducing food loss and waste, promoting sustainable public procurement, supporting urban markets, and advancing urban and peri-urban agriculture. Initiatives like the FAO Green Cities Initiative create sustainable and resilient urban environments, from food loss reduction strategies in Egypt to green spaces in Bahrain. MENA countries are actively strengthening urban-rural linkages.
Home to some of the most arid landscapes on the planet, between 40 and 70% of land in the MENA region is degraded, and with water scarcity threatening agriculture sustainability, urgent action is needed. FAO helps countries to adopt innovative solutions and best practices to restore degraded land and ensure long-term sustainability. FAO is a key partner in strengthening governance frameworks and guiding policy reforms that make sustainable land management a priority. A project in Iraq is working to reverse land degradation and conserve water in marshland ecosystems with practices like conservation agriculture and agroecology to boost food security and ecosystem resilience.
FAO facilitates collaboration across governments, communities, and partners. We help local farmers in the region to adopt sustainable practices that restore their land and improve their agricultural productivity. Our goal is to empower stakeholders with the capacities and knowledge they need to manage their natural resource effectively. For example, in Lebanon, nearly 300 hectares of farmland have been restored, benefiting more than 600 families through climate resilience practices.
Technology plays a key role. FAO promotes the use of innovative water-efficient irrigation systems and digital tools to monitor land degradation and restoration progress, integrating traditional knowledge with innovation and helping communities to adapt to climate challenges. Land restoration is key to securing the future of food and livelihoods in the MENA region. FAO works with local communities, governments, civil society, and international partners to restore degraded lands and ensure a more resilient, sustainable future for all.
Thank you very much for this great introduction. Not to use a lot of time, Fida, I hand over to you to lead the R&E session.
Thank you, Raymond. And thank you for sharing this video. It's just a quick message to see that when we say greening agriculture, and for our interpretation is the khadranat az-zira'a, we don't want to see the land as green. We want to see the land as productive. So we want to highlight by this video is that the yellow has also economy and has also opportunity for if, let's say, managed properly, it can also help the countries. And this is our journey today, where I want, before start diving into the results of the regional assessment, I want to welcome my respective panelists from the countries who came to Budapest to share the best practices from the countries. Dr. Maram Nuaimat from Jordan. She is a researcher, climate change and land researcher, and she's leading in Jordan the land degradation neutrality target 2 with UNCCD convention. Also, Dr. Rafla Atiya, she's the director of the soil division in Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries in Tunisia, and she's leading the restoration efforts through soil management in Tunisia. And lastly but not least, Dr. Abdul Wahab, Afif Abdul Wahab. He's the ecologist, head of biodiversity in Ministry of Agriculture in Egypt. Okay, so I'll go there for the presentation. I have to have the monitor next to this. So our approach, can you hear me? Here? Yep, okay. So our approach when we did the analysis, and thanks for the IRTP, let's say interregional platform on green agriculture with Rio office to support us looking into what we mean by greening agriculture in the Near East region. And when we say Near East region, maybe some of you heard NINA, MENA. It's the same region where we are considering North Africa and West Asia region. So unfortunately, when we started the assessment of this, we found that agriculture system in the region are not originally designed to consider the different challenges of climate change and the complex with interlinkages issues related to the conflict, water scarcity, droughts, issues that are facing the regions. And with this, it gives us due to the different pressures in the region where we are among the highest regions that are facing the drought, water scarcity, 75%, as you can read from the slides, were having a shortage of the water resources, as well as a shortage in funding even the climate actions that resulted into more land degradation. And climate change funding we are 20 times less the original fund that we should get for the region to sustain its natural resources. So as you can see that the biodiversity loss and the issues in the region, along with the greening agriculture policy analysis we identified, gave us we need to have more systematic approach looking into a comprehensive picture of greening agriculture, starting from the nutrients in the soil up to the level of the policy by the decision makers. So we argue with this paper how greening agriculture could be the pathway that can enhance the climate smart nature resource and low circular economies here. So we started this exercise by reviewing the member state request to FAO related to the regional priorities, of which greening agriculture framework is one of the regional priority that is called priority 3, greening agriculture, water scarcity, and climate change in the region. So the framework reorganized based on the members' request and the status in the region around the 6 goals that are operationalized under 5 focus area of objectives that we need to address in the region. For example, we have the enhanced water productivity and governance for integrated water resource management, promote circular low emission and climate resilience agri-food system, advance sustainable soil and land management, restore landscape, conserve biodiversity and strengthen ecosystem services, as well implement inclusive ecosystem-based aquatic food system and strengthen the climate smart governance, data and technologies and soil inclusion as an accelerator to support the focus areas. The report is somehow different a bit the angle from the Rio, where we focused on analyzing and have the base of understanding where are the gaps in supporting the members advancing their policies, because most of the governments are relying on specific indicators to inform their policies. But our analysis found that it's beyond the indicator findings that we can give the advice for the government related to greening agriculture. So we applied the Environmental Performance Index 2024 as a baseline for the assessment. Then we looked into how that reflects into the Food System Countdown Initiative, and then assessed the situation of the progress toward the SDGs in the region and link it more with the Organization on Economic Development database for the policy instrument to inform the greening agriculture policy in the region. So let's have a quick snapshot on general finding in the region. So when we started with the environmental performance indicator, as you can see, the region is ranked as 42.2, lower than the global average, which is 46.9. Means that 75% we are below the global average. But if we looked into some cases, for example, or some countries, like United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia, where they are progressing more in terms of environmental technologies. But at the same time, we have Mauritania and Sudan, for example, below the average, severely below the average of the global indicators. This means that we have uneven indicators or uneven balance in the region in terms of advancing the technologies or advancing the environmental performance, while others are facing more. In terms, for example, of the water management, also the region is 60.9, while the global average is 42 in terms of relying on the non-conventional water or extraction more water to support the agricultural practices. In Gulf countries, for example, they are relying on salinations and non-conventional water and using more energy to pump and support the agricultural production, while other countries are wisely manage the water. So it's not just the indicator on how we are using the non-conventional resources. It's about the the efficiency of the use for the water in terms of the sustaining the greening agriculture in practices in the region. So this is, again, I don't want to take the time from my panelists, so I will go through quickly some of the findings where, as I mentioned here, for example, with the water efficiency, rank is lower than the global average, but some cases like in Tunisia and Jordan, for example, we have countries that above the global average due to their water strategies or water use strategies. But the efficiency indicator is different. So again, we can't look into just one indicator to inform the policy information. Now, when we looked again into these indicators and reflected them into the food security countdown indicator, we found that, for example, NINA's agriculture water withdrawal is around 469 of the total renewable energy resources. Top 5 global overuse include Kuwait, Gulf states, unsustainable withdrawal and or over pumping the water resources. So here again there is a need for a systematic approach to link the use with the efficiency to inform, because if we looked into the SDG indicator, for example 60.4.1, as I mentioned, water use efficiency in the region is in all sectors is less than the global average, but the agricultural efficiency is something different. With the looking into the policy, we found that some countries, although the policies exist, but not reflected into the actual programming or budgeting in the activities. Another angle related to the biodiversity and ecosystem. In the region, where out of the 1 billion hectares committed for land restoration under the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, the region only committed with 4%. Although we have different commitments or pledges to restore the land, these are not reflected into the budgeting of the government to use these pledges or these hotspots identified for restoration for their budget or even for their multi-donor funding mechanism that requested for the region. And this also gives us another indication is the linkages between the research, science, and policy and budgeting experience in the region as well. Land and soil, which I will leave it also to Tunisia to highlight more on that, but also for example, if we look into the nitrogen management, we are low in terms of global means, although the global land outlook for the region that was published by the UNCCD 2 years ago highlighted that if the region invested in soil, in healthy soil, the region will be able to produce extra 10% of their yield production. And for the rain-fed agriculture or non-rain-fed agriculture. In a region that is facing 66 million are undernourished people and food security with the conflict, we need to think outside of the box and look into even to the greening agriculture practices such as soil management to improve the food security arena of the region. Climate change, as I mentioned in the beginning, with the low, I mean, one of the focus area for the greening agriculture is to invest in a low emission system for greening agriculture in the region. And although, as I indicated for my comments on Rio, the region is 20% less in terms of climate financing, although all the multilateral programs funding are from the window of climate change, but still the focus only on resilience, some of adaptation practices that are not reflected into climate smart agriculture at a scale that can support the productivity and community resilience as well. So this is also one of the challenges that we are working and help us to strengthen the argument with the government on how we should look into more circularity and more smart practices in agricultural value chain, including even the supply chain and the whole channel of the value chain until we reach out to the consumer and considering even the producer. Fisheries situation and the decline in this key resource in the region, where it's diversified between the coastal zone and the some countries that are investing on fishery as a main resource for food system. But unfortunately, the coastal zone management is gaining less attention in terms of investing on best practices. Some of the issues were because of the transboundary with some of the coastal zones, with the management, with the work between the fisheries and the government on that resources. So here also the SDGs showed that although we have some good practices with some countries, like in Egypt or in Bahrain, for example, but still in terms of policies, this is not well reflected. So that gives us to the main notes for our assessment that we need to move beyond indicators. It's not just, as I mentioned, we are one of the water scarcity, highest water scarcity countries, but at the same time we have many good practices that showed, and if applied at scale, can help the region even facing the issues of the upcoming of the droughts that we are feeling it now. But if we looked into the renewable energy used at the same time, the efficiency, we can tell that this is the story of the region. So we have to go beyond the indicators and look into what the actual governments are implementing and how we can direct this into more a based approach that is needed to strengthen the cross-sectorial work, policy, collaboration between the different sectors like rangeland, forest, agriculture, crop production, look into the neutrality of the nature of the ecosystem services and avoid further degradation on that region, and how we can use the yellow ecosystem into more productive, taking into consideration the impact of climate change and the water scarcity. And above all of this, the most important is that one solution can't fit for everyone. We have different contexts, different, even within the same region, we have different contexts, as I mentioned. in terms of their policy interest, in terms of their ecosystem services available, or even in terms of the practices exist, or unfortunately with the situation that we are facing in the region in conflict in some of the countries. So we're trying with our members to find and keep encouraging the good practices, the good policies that already exist and can be upscaled for the other regions supporting the members. And with that, I want to give you a journey today with our representatives, where we will look into the practices around the water efficiency and water use, where Jordan is pioneering in the region supporting this. And then we'll go to, again, up to North Africa, see how we are relying on the soil monitoring to inform the restoration efforts and the decision-making process related to where to restore, where to institutionalize the capacity of water user associations. And then while we are working on that water and on soil management, let's see, again, go back to Egypt and see that even with this some of greening agriculture, we are producing food, but still we are having a lot of waste. How we can rely on the circular economy, bioeconomy, to support the community engagement and the inclusive and no one left behind. And with that, I want to give the floor to my panelist, Dr. Maram, to highlight the work from Jordan, and good luck. You have 5 minutes.
Can we do it in total in 20 minutes? So 7 minutes each, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, this is a great pleasure to have you all today, our distinguished experts. I am honored to stand before you today to reflect on our country, Jordan, in the Middle East. Today, I will talk about the challenges, the opportunities that we have changed from problems to opportunities regarding the water efficiency. But before I start, I want to take you to where we are. We are in the heart of the Middle East, surrounded by an alarming region. And I think Fida go across the API scores that we have. I want to shed a light on our high-level political situation that our king, the majestic King Abdullah II, raised every single event that he goes regionally or globally to talk about the water as a situation, a strategic challenge that cannot be ignored. In Jordan, we are facing a lot of challenges. We are a very small country. Unfortunately, 90% of this country is arid to semi-arid land. We are receiving less than, in some regions, we are receiving less than 50%, 50 millimeter annually, and some parts of the northern parts in Jordan receiving 450 millimeters. You can imagine how the problem is complicated regarding the water resources. And moreover, 70% of our water resources goes for agriculture. And the population growth was extremed because Jordan was the second host country for the Syrian refugees. All over that, we have a climate change. We have higher temperatures, we have frequent drought events, and we have a lot of frequent rainfall all around. These are the problems that we have in Jordan. But we didn't stand. We changed these problems into opportunities. We tried to have our integrated approach for water efficiency regarding how to combat this water scarcity. We did a lot of frameworks, starting from policy integration of water, land, and agriculture sectors. We managed together to maximize our sustainability through interconnected national strategies. We are looking for the nexus approach in every single part of our country, especially in the ministerial or sectoral parts. We look for innovative technologies from solar irrigation to wastewater reuse, and I will shed the light on every single part of these innovative technologies. Jordan implements cutting-edge solutions to maximize water efficiency. We have also our own cross-sector partnerships coordinating among ministries, agencies, and international partners to ensure policy translate into ground action. And we have tangible results for water saving. And I will show you in the next slide how we work on that. Our policy frameworks, we have different policies. I will not go into deep to respect the time. We have these modernization vision. We have our national water strategy, which will be updated until 2040, the agricultural strategy, which promotes drought-resilient crops, protect forests, the land degradation neutrality target, which I am serving now as a UNCCD national LD consultant, our voluntary targets, equipping croplands with efficient irrigation technologies, also the water and food security policies, pursue demand management alongside agriculture. These frameworks explicitly reinforce each under a unified national vision. We have a visionary policy framework, we have interconnection between ministries, and we have also innovative technologies that we are using in our country. I want to talk about some kind of projects that were funded by the EU and FAO for the solar capacity of over 200 diesel and electric farm pumps were replaced with solar units. We know that the cost of electricity is a burden on the farmers and on their livelihoods. So by these kinds of projects, we can ensure that farmers have a good quality life. Also, using the solar-powered irrigation revolution, about the reduction of CO2 of carbon emissions saved annually, we have figures 60% of cost-saving reduction in pumping and energy costs for the farmers. Inclusively, we are talking about smart agriculture, modern farmer techniques. Through different EU and USAID, FAO, GIZ project, we have inserted the mentality for the farmers to have drip and precision irrigation, water delivered directly to the roots. Efficiency gains, irrigation efficiency, it jumped from 20 to 90%, and a massive water saving was done for. Now I want to focus on the cornerstone of our water efficiency, which is the treated wastewater. As Fida said, that Jordan is reusing its treated wastewater by 91%. And it is saving a total supply of the water resources with 16%. And for example, we have a Sambra plant alone supplied Jordan with its 10% of its total resources with 133 million cubic meter. These cross-sectoral coordination between the ministry, the international partnerships, private sector involvement, and the local user engagement, the whole of society approach ensures that greening agriculture is institutionally and financially sustainable beyond just government efforts. And we have to focus on that. For me, looking ahead, the priorities to green agriculture in Jordan, scaling precision agriculture, expand safe water, wastewater reuse by upgrading our treatment and delivery, use soil moisture sensing and advisory, and we are using it in a lot of National Agricultural Research Center which are served there. We strengthen our water association and mobilize climate green finance, operationalizing the MRV of water productivity and use drought early warning to adjust irrigation in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maram. Thank you for the brief. I want to just give the floor a hint that will somehow switch to Arabic. So keep your interpretation. Will not use any delay for the interpretation. So I'll try to switch here and there so you can enjoy the Arabic accent being here with this opportunity that we are interpreting all languages. شكرا مرام.
All right, do you hear interpretation now? Very good. Yes, you hear it. So thank you very much indeed, Maram. You heard from Maram that in Jordan we reuse wastewaters as the main source for irrigation in Jordan. Do you hear me? Do you hear interpretation?
English until we have the Arabic interpretation. Sorry for that.
Do you hear interpretation?
Yeah. So just to thank Dr. Maram and flag the most important point here that Jordan is pioneering in non-conventional water and the reuse of water, but also what Jordan did is linking this into the standards and policies. So these resources are now in Arabic. Anyway, these resources, my mind switched to English. You will hear it in English this time. Okay. So it's linked more to the fodder, livestock, and some quarters is exactly that can support greening agriculture and reduce the stress on land and its soil. Okay, خلينا نروح مع بعض.
Let's now move to North Africa. Do you hear interpretation now? Yes, you do. Interpretation. Channel 5. Our English is on channel number 1, and Arabic is on channel 5. I'm sure you're going to enjoy our Arabic, lovely language. Let's move to North Africa, one of the most beautiful countries in North Africa. I'm talking about Tunisia. Tunisia, unfortunately, suffers from land degradation. Yes, of course, English is on channel 1. And I hope these minutes are not counted from my time. So you hear interpretation. Could you confirm from the room? Do you hear interpretation? Everything's working. Excellent. Thank you. So let's talk about Tunisia. Dr. Rafla. She will take the floor in English, but just quickly, Tunisia has witnessed an increase in soil and land degradation. And land restoration has been the policy of the Tunisian government recently in order to invest in soil health, and that was one of the most important opportunities in the region. It seems that interpretation is not working. Is it working? I don't know why the speaker says that it's not working. Looks like interpretation was working. Anyway, Rafla will speak in English.
Roland, the presentation.
Anyway, Rafla will speak in English. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Fida. Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm happy to be with you and share Tunisia experience and Tunisia strategy for soil and water conservation using sustainable land management, promoting green agriculture. So agriculture is a key sector in Tunisia economy and well-being of population. The main challenges is to first food safety, strengthen viability and resilience of farm, regeneration of degraded natural resources and protecting biodiversity, fourth, improvement of yield, creation of job and rural development. So my presentation During my presentation, I will present the strategy for development and conservation of agricultural land by 2050. It is one of main strategy in Ministry of Agriculture in harmony and synergy with several strategy which are forest strategy, water 2050, climate change strategy, and agroecology strategy too. So the basic vision for this strategy is the development of prosperous rural areas that have based their development on productive agriculture, sustainability, managing natural resources, and resilient to climate change, established through production-oriented soil and water conservation practices and implemented and shared by farmers. So the main orientation of this strategy is to protect and regenerate soils, fight gully erosion, promote pastoral development, harvest water and water storage, conservation, biodiversity, with cross-cutting orientation, share know-how, support rural areas, strengthen governance, and promoting rural women involvement. So this strategy is achieved within coordination with several relevant institutions and main stakeholder and key stakeholder. So the approach adopted by this strategy is local governance and related to principle of subsidiarity. So with tools, main tools, regularity and institutional framework, financial and policy incentive for sustainable land management, governance, structure to enhance territorial planning and stakeholder participation. So the main point for Tunisia is that Tunisia has implemented the soil monitoring program to assess soil quality, fertility, and contamination level. This data helps to identify degraded land, prioritize area for restoration, and track changes over time. So this map of priority area is leading planification and to support decision making. So this also priority map is based on data collection and main factor of threat for natural resources like climate classification and natural of resource or land use system, also low organic matter distribution, also availability of water. So the main achievement for last decade in Tunisia was based on mobilization of water. So 2 million hectares of watershed developed, 1 million of hectare maintenance, and 900 lakes was managed. So the mapping is one of main tools used for spatial distribution and land use variability, and also restoration and soil management planning. The main ecosystem in Tunisia is cereal crops, olive trees, fruit trees, pasture, forest. So this is the main ecosystem in Tunisia, and planification is related to this principal ecosystem land use and variability. In regard of this variability, we have target priorities area on about 2,700,000 hectares are targeted by 2050. So the main Planification concerned the 650 hectares, thousand hectares for olives, for crops 390,000 hectares for rangeland, 400,000 hectares for the next coming period by 2050. For management and soil and water conservation, we plan for 300 million cubic meter per year of green water can be mobilized. So 27 million tons of eroded land could be eroded, and also 40,000 hectares for plant cover to improve carbon sequestration. So sharing water availability and water change and water availability is a good tools for the detecting impact of climate change and for planning green agriculture implementation. So this is the main, this strategy is implemented through several projects. So we have GIZ project, ProSoil project, and Soil Format project, and Soil Fair project. There's three main projects that deals with sustainable soil management and data collection and planification to support decision maker. So here in the right side, we have a planification of 3,500 samples to make and to address soil nutrient map and soil degradation and soil variability that leads to planification of sustainable soil management works. This is, so the government has integrated here the soil health data into natural agriculture and land management policy. This policy promotes sustainable land use practices such as conservation, agriculture, crop rotation, and agroforestry. This is sustainable soil management vary and change within context and position in the climate area change. Because in Tunisia we have a gradient with the climate component variability from north to south. So here we have established the good practices sheet that leads and orient farmers, and so technical here sheet for implementation of different. You have 25 best practices with the support of WOCAT tools are established, and we can share with you the link of these practices established in ProSoil project.
That's a great.
So here we have the advantage. Sorry, we have the lab, mobile lab here that support farmer, and we move to detect soil for fertilizer use and fertilizer plan implementation also. So this is for capacity building of farmer. So innovative way that deals about how farmer could lead their crops and fertilizer value. Thank you for present.
Thank you, Rafla. But also keep your mic on, keep your interpretation headset. Please come back. آخر تقرير دراسة.
The last report from Economic Land an economic report on land degradation in Tunisia was published recently. For 1 dinar only, if Tunisia cares for 1 dinar which equals 30 cents, the return for 1 dinar. If Tunisia then invests in cultivated land, 1 dinar will have a return of 10 dinars, which means that this amounts to $3.50. This will improve the local communities 5%, maximizing the benefits in cultivated lands. 40% for projects focusing on soil, and 50% in relation to reducing crops and grains imports if investments are made in the cultivated lands. This has been reflected in Tunisia, its policies, how to pursue soil health in the areas that are under rehabilitation. Thank you, Rafla. Let's continue in Africa, and we will go closer towards Asia. We will go to Egypt, one of the most beautiful countries that never sleeps at night. However, it's one of the countries that suffers from food loss and waste. The state is determined to address this problem, and Dr. Abdel Wahab will talk to us about how Egypt plans to deal with this problem of food and loss, food loss and waste. How Egypt addresses this problem through a circular economy.
شكرا.
Egypt is located in the northeastern part of Africa, overlooking the Mediterranean on one side and the Red Sea on the other. So Egypt lies at the crossroads of several continents. The agricultural economy in Egypt can be summarized in 9.5 million acres. Agriculture contributes to a large percentage of GDP and 28% of labor employment. The environmental situation in Egypt, there is an increase in the use of energy. Emissions are high. This has increased to 31% of emissions from the energy sector. The emissions are on the increase because of the ongoing use of energy related to demographic increase. This has also led to waste. And Egypt, according to the Desertification Convention, is one of the largest countries suffering from desertification since the 70s. Egypt was classified as one of the most fast-growing countries of the 6 countries in the world. Egypt, China, Mexico, Brazil, Vietnam, and Indonesia are countries adopting circular economy. These countries suffer from major pressures, and they amount or account for a large percentage of emissions in the world. Egypt in 2023
the loss in Egypt, around 89 tons of solid waste. 21 million of them are from the municipalities, particularly in garbage bins, and 45 million from the agricultural waste, and a loss in crops is from 15% until 45% according to the type of crop. And the per capita loss of food is around 50 kilograms of food loss per year. And we have more than 107 million people in Egypt. As for the strategies and action plans, Egypt is trying to apply green policies in terms of adaptation to climate change, bearing in mind rural development and supporting food security. In 2016, a sustainable development strategy was established. It's called Egypt's Vision 2030. It takes into consideration the integration of sustainable agriculture strategy, climate change strategy, biodiversity strategy, in addition to the AU agenda, and the different international initiatives and agreements or conventions that Egypt had acceded to. The purpose of that, to reduce the cost, reduce the loss, and also to put an end to this land degradation and to improve the energy efficiency. One of the crops in Egypt, the main crops in Egypt, is the Egyptian rice. And the rice wastes are huge. 90% of those wastes had been reduced by producing 2.1 square meters. They turned 2.1 million tons into into biofuel, and they also generated fuel. And they're trying now to apply the strategy to produce 300 megawatt till 2050, to use it in the industrial uses. And the source of that is the recycling of waste, and also using it in organic insecticides or in the compost and fertilizers. And also, when we talk about providing new initiatives or new companies dealing or working in this area of management of waste, in the Ministry of Agriculture, they established a unit to collect all sorts of data and information that monitors the spots and areas of food waste and agricultural waste in the country. It also analyzes all sorts of related social factors and economic factors. There's also a national system, an online system. This system is affiliated to the Ministry of Environmental. It uses all sorts of licenses to collect those wastes and recycling them, to facilitate the process for the private sector to invest in these areas. They also have a green projects initiative. It attracts sustainable funding and projects in the area of waste. There's also the Egyptian platform for environmental investment. It creates and it can issue any kind of feasibility study for any company interested in working in waste management. They're working of having a carbon market for credit carbon in Egypt to reduce the environmental degradation and to deal with climate change in Egypt. As for public awareness, we're working hard now on visiting rural areas, agricultural areas, to encourage farmers in those areas to use the new innovative and technical innovations in the area of waste. We try to provide them with all sorts of information in terms of biodiversity, particularly when we talk about all sorts of substances used in insecticides. They're $3.4 billion per year. That's the cost of it. This shows the importance of biodiversity and the importance of it in agriculture and the importance of cutting down the misuse of these substances. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We all know that food waste and food loss is not a matter of throwing a meal in the garbage, but where this means a loss of biodiversity, of water, air pollution. It's an integrated ecological system. In the region, we have 66 million people suffering from malnutrition, and we import food. We import 70% of our food. The FAO report and the Economic and Development report that was issued recently, OECD, they said by 2030 the region is going to lose its ability to depend on food, even in terms of animal wealth. So here we're in a turning point. We're talking about livestock. So we're moving towards greening agriculture and depending on integration of policies and budgets in the area of supporting local communities to mitigate the impact and effects of land degradation and natural resources. Because the scarcity of these resources is the main obstacle in the region. It's not only management or governance that has problems, but the region suffers from the scarcity of natural resources. So we need smart policies in the area of economy, inclusive policies, and governance. And now I'm calling on participating countries to talk in 1 minute. If we need to take certain steps forward, what's the main message for the region to improve its transformation towards greening a sustainable agriculture? We're starting with Egypt and then Tunisia and then move to Jordan.
For me, Jordan is a role model in the region in water efficiency. So two takeaways. First of all, strong governance between ministries and other different stakeholders, Internet of Things, and innovative technologies.
We need to reuse the excess of food in order to put an end to food waste. And that will contribute in good nutrition and to follow up with the increase of demographics. We also need more economic autonomy. It will create more jobs, more revenues, and it will also contribute in maintaining natural resources like water, soil health products, and other kind of products that will be able to be used in a sustainable way.
At regional scale, it's to strengthen and data collection and sharing to promote green agriculture and to support decision-maker planification. And also this may be by setting up platform for sharing and harmonized, standardized data using and collection. Thank you.
With that, we'll go back again to Europe. Thank you for accepting our session in your forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fada and the colleagues for this one. Of course, I have to apologize, being a lot of pressure, and it's unfortunately always the last ones in the session are, in principle.
But I assure you, we did the whole script that we want to do.
Okay, so we are, in that sense, we are very happy. So you were very, very efficient. So thank you very much. Very specific applause again for the R&E colleagues. But of course also an applause for the REU colleagues. And in principle, the session was not fully finished because we were expecting the reflection of the REU colleagues on what the R&E colleagues were presenting. So we will do that as the first thing in the afternoon session. So thank again the applause to all of the panelists. So on the plan, it was initially written that I should do a wrap up, but I'm not going to start to make a long speech. I will have two, in principle, key sentences to take from this morning session. I think we have heard today that while the ambitions for green agriculture is strong, we still face real barriers, structural one, behaviors, weak institutions, as well as fragmented policies and limited access to finance. And so I think the key takeaway from my perspective from listening is clear. We need stronger multi-stakeholder dialogues. We need better regulatory frameworks. We need smarter financing and investment in adaptation and mitigation. And I think we must also go, it was said at some stage, beyond indicators. We must customize the solutions that integrate agriculture with environment, water, and rural needs. And only with that one, we can get green agriculture become not just a policy goal, but a live reality for farmers and the communities. And with this one, thank you very much again. I will release you now for lunch. Lunch is going to be upstairs, and I think we reconvene, if I'm not mistaken, at 2:30. 2:30. Because the translators need 1.5 hours. So we need to clarify with them.
So in 5 minutes we will start. Just yeah. Let me. Where is Dimitri? Just a second. Okay, colleagues, now we will start. Before starting, please, colleagues, we will start. Before starting, since we didn't finalize our session in the morning, now I would like, now I would like to invite our colleague Dimitri to give some reflection on RNE presentation and the approach of the region.
Thank you. I will just be quick. I would like to thank colleagues presenting interesting case studies, and from the common themes or topics, we see that there is green agriculture happening, and of course it translates to some extent into the policies, but there is a significant multi-donor support organized around the theme on green agriculture. This is a bit contrasting to us because in our region we have governments adding the funding, but also multi-donors, but multi-donor support in the region that was presented is much, much bigger, which brings me to the conclusion that, of course, by piloting those experiences, the results can be actually interesting for the countries of our region. For instance, the examples on addressing drought, soil erosion, land degradation, water management, and water-saving technologies. That is critical for some of the regions, or Central Asia, for example, in our region. So I see that perhaps, if at later stage Green Agriculture Platform becomes a multi-regional platform, that would be an amazing opportunity for countries to learn and for experts of the countries to exchange ideas. We're also happy that the colleagues expressed interest in understanding how the budgets are becoming green, and we have a green agriculture paper available on the platform, experience of Germany in greening its agricultural policy with details of how the policies were actually becoming green gradually. And I see the possibility of the exchange to see the experience of RNE, but also this is something that we can bring to the topic and to the exchange. That's my summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitri. Just I wanted to add something related to our regional office in Nearest that I wanted to congratulate due to you presented about the food losses and waste. Because food losses and waste is one of the components of the green agriculture, as they are presenting also that this is linkage, everything is linkage. So for the reason, congratulations for presenting also this on food losses and waste. Now we will visit, we can say, Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as Asia and Pacific. So here we are our colleagues from Latin America and the Caribbean. And before starting with them, we will present the video in order to know what is going on in Latin America and the Caribbean. The video, please.
Latin America and the Caribbean is a region rich of diversity and culture. From north to south, traversing lofty mountains, crystal clear waters, blooming valleys, and lush forests, the inhabitants of all regions share a common goal: the pursuit of a better future for all. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations works tirelessly to achieve this objective. From now on, guided by FAO's strategic framework, we will support the 2030 Agenda by transforming to more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. From traditional knowledge to modern techniques, FAO supports governments to enable farmers to produce more food efficiently and responsibly, to achieve better production and enhance agricultural productivity in a resilient and sustainable manner. FAO supports programs that foster healthy diets at all levels and address malnutrition in all its forms, ensuring better nutrition to eradicate hunger and achieve food security for all. Through the conservation, use, and restoration of biodiversity, FAO implements sustainable and resilient agriculture practices, considering adaptation and mitigation to climate change for a better environment. FAO advocates for a better life for all, promoting inclusive economic growth and reducing inequalities in rural and urban areas, warranting inclusion of most vulnerable groups, such as women, Afro-descendants, and indigenous populations, and encouraging youth in agri-food sector. Promoting a better future for the people and the planet can only happen by building partnerships that enable the exchange of innovation, technology, data, and good governance practices. FAO continues its mission to build a world where everyone can thrive, leaving no one behind.
Okay, with this video, we more or less know where we are. Now, I would like to invite our colleague, Ana Poza. She is the Agriculture Officer for Latin America and the Caribbean. Ana, the floor is yours. You have 45 minutes.
Okay, let me quickly. Buenas tardes para todos.
Good afternoon, all. I'm going to speak Spanish. Thank you for this invitation.
Thank you. Okay, vamos a ver.
So, let's begin then. We're going to look at the global findings at the regional level. Now, there are some that correspond to what we see is that we need to look at the different themes. We need to take a holistic look at the topics and take a holistic approach to finding the solutions too. So here we talk about equitable access to natural resources. We've had legal reforms, we've had advances in this area, adopting standards, for example, certification procedures, and joining international agreements. We have also been building our institutional and technical capacity, but there are enabling conditions where we do see a barrier, and this is a barrier because there are limits to access to natural resources, also with regards to land to tenure, to governance, decisions on land tenure and land use, especially when we're talking about long-term solutions. Another important area and where we need to look carefully at sustainable use of the resources. We are starting to see progress when it comes to sustainable management, regulation, also restoration, regeneration programs, capacity building, but we also see that there are opportunities for improvement when it comes to innovation, when it comes to evidence-based approaches for what practices we could introduce in forestry conservation, restoration, for example. And here we still face challenges. We face a challenge when it comes to the use of our inputs, and in particular plastics in agriculture. Now, this is also related to to contamination of basic resources such as the land and the water. Now, on climate resilience, we have seen the adoption of strategies, we've seen new technologies implemented, but what we do need is to take a new approach to environmental information and to finding cost-effective alternatives for different products. So, for example, when it comes to plastics or the use of wastewater or the different inputs, because at the moment inputs is based on empirical evidence, but not necessarily on scientific evidence. And so when it comes to the effectiveness, when it comes to seeing the impact that different innovations and technologies will have, we've still got a gap. Now, on biodiversity management, we've talked a lot about protected areas. This has been expanded, but also promoting agroecological practices, organic farming. But if we look at biodiversity management, and I said at the beginning that it's important here to take a holistic approach here. We need to integrate the climate rationale. We need to take into account the pests and the plant diseases, because if we don't understand the different uses that we're making of inputs such as pesticides and herbicides, all these types of inputs, this is all going to have an impact on biodiversity. And so we need to be looking at this. We need to be looking at the fact that climate change, it's not just about temperature change and water, it's also about the impact of pests and diseases, for example. So we've got biodiversity that's invisible. Soil biodiversity is often invisible. It's something that is we do need to take it into account, especially when we're talking about areas such as nutrition and plant growing. It's also important to, when we come to climate resilience, here water scarcity is not just something to look at in terms of irrigation. It's an issue that requires us to look at soil management and ecosystem level management, encompassing all of the resources linked to water. So this is all part of innovation too, this holistic approach to the different topics. Now, when we talk about adaptation of local knowledge, we're talking about family farmers, indigenous communities, and Here, it's about strengthening the use of traditional seeds, for example, knowledge about these seeds, knowledge about the different kinds of water harvesting, and opportunities to work with the farmers here. It's also important to look at issues related to biodiversity and emissions. This is linked to the impact of deforestation, forest fires, which is causing biodiversity loss, but it is also impacting the ecosystems and the services related to agriculture, eco-services. Now, something else very important is food production. This is important here when it comes to the cost of diets, not just healthy diets, but more generally, this is linked to emissions, innovation, and here it's about the carbon footprint. All of this is interlinked. So we need to integrate this too into the narratives, into our actions, all of these aspects. Now, there is another area, which is the circular economy. And as Tanya talked about, this is linked also to food loss and waste. And here we need to take another approach, not just talking about food loss and waste. It's about more than this. It's about what we're losing in terms of inputs too. And the cost increases all along the chain because we're talking about soil use, water use, labor use, and we're losing more than just the food. We are losing all kinds of resources that are used throughout the chain. And another issue here is the opportunity losses too, that opportunities that could have been generated and that being lost, opportunities due to input loss, alternative energy opportunities. And here there's an important figure, and that is that our region is one of the regions that suffers most from food waste and loss. It's a region that depends hugely on imports and inputs, and so we're not making sufficiently good use of the food that we have. So these are figures that we need to look at, and these are critical for our region. Now, this graph, it shows the different kinds of policies that we have, the policy trends, and so regulatory, normative policies, and so on. But what stands out here is the regional inequality that we have when it comes to institutional capacity and to political will to address these issues. But also what's important to underscore is the not just the institutional gap, where we see a lack of coordination, a lack of intersectoral coordination, which means that policies are not being looked at so much as national strategies, but are being focused on particular areas. So there's an administrative approach that we are seeing here. And there's a governance issue when it comes to representation, when it comes to policy making and involving all of the local stakeholders. This is something also that we need to go into deeper and to implement all of these different policies and tools that we come up with in the region, and to put them into action, we depend a lot on international financing, external financing, and so this is a constraint also. Now, with technology, what kind of technology do we need to implement these policies? What we need are monitoring systems to see what's the effectiveness of these frameworks that we have, the normative, the regulatory frameworks. This is important. We have it all for the policies, but what about the implementation? We need to monitor the implementation. So when it comes to monitoring, there are issues too. Now, I said that we do depend a lot on external financial resources and also on private investment. investment, and private investment is limited, it's low. The regulatory framework isn't entirely clear. The frameworks are not always attractive. And so here too is an area where there's room for improvement. And when it comes to governance, we still have our weaknesses. There are still areas to improve on here. We don't have public-private relations with the local actors, the communities, and also the sectoral policies that we could operationalize that could be used to put this framework into action. So now we've been working in the region. The GEF has been working. The Rotterdam Secretariat, the GEF, has allowed us to work on inclusive strategies, soil, land use planning to make better use of the soil potential in our different regions. Forest monitoring, we've been working on this too. It's more about methodology to be better prepared, to be more resilient to climate change. We've also worked on biodiversity. Here we've been working on degraded ecosystem restoration, also the seeds, and structural conditions, which often in our communities don't make it possible to properly conserve these resources. So these are all constraints, and this is where we need innovation, because these are structural constraints, a limit to constraints on access to drinking water, access to energy. So all of this is limiting our possibility for implementing different technologies in the rural communities. And another area where we worked a lot on the World Heritage agriculture systems. And here we look at dynamic conservation. And with the Rotterdam Secretariat, we have been working on dangerous pesticides, for example, and to improve our register, to improve our management of these pesticides. We have also been working on green inputs here, green income. Now, what about emerging opportunities for innovation in green agriculture? We can't all talk about green agriculture. We're working on adapting the concept a bit. And where there is a big opportunity is in data and monitoring systems. We need data. The data that we have in the region is often old. It hasn't been updated, or it's incomplete. And so we need to work on developing systems that will rapidly and more cost-effectively allow us to have updated information for informed decision-making. Now, if we're talking about digital information, here we need digital literacy. Digital literacy is an area where we still have problems when it comes to interpreting the results of soil analysis. If we're using the most advanced digital technology. So all of this progress and this technology requires greater digital literacy, and we need to look at the intersectoral and institutional coordination. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to implement the strategy long term. And there's also the issue of integrating agendas, complementary agendas, the One Health approach, for example. And this is important because we need to have a view of the whole chain in the situation. We need to see the impact, what's going to happen in the next link of the chain with our agro-ecosystems. So this is important. And we are basically trying to innovate so that we can ensure that we have soils that provide all of the nutrients we need. Here we are trying. The soil is really a mirror. It's a mirror of what we are. If we do not work the soil degrades, it loses fertility, and this requires the right physical, water, climate conditions. And we need to have a nutritious quality of the soil, not just to produce more, but to produce with better nutritional quality, which will then benefit us. So what we are analyzing is this hidden malnutrition, these deficiencies, and this stems from soil nutrient deficiencies. Another problem is that the imbalances of nutrients in soils can't just be solved by applying fertilizers, because if we have irresponsible use of fertilizers, this contaminates the soil and it thus contaminates the food. Heavy metals, for example. All of these issues need to be worked, and all of this is also part of the innovation work that we are carrying out. Thank you. And now my panel is made up of two colleagues, one colleague from Costa Rica and the other from Chile, who come from their respective agriculture ministries. And I'm now going to give the floor to Claudia, who comes from the Chilean Ministry of Agriculture.
¿No? ¿Sí? ¿Con este avance? Sí. ¿Y el video lo van a presentar? No sé, ahora. Bueno.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now I'm going to share with you the sustainability and initiatives that we are undertaking in the Ministry of Agriculture in Chile. In this world, where there are unprecedented environmental problems, Chile is very closely aligned with the issues reflected here, the issue of the increase in temperatures and the reduction in temperature. These are phenomena which have a direct impact on agriculture. These are phenomena which have a direct impact on agriculture, and therefore the ministry has developed public policies and support programs and specific actions in order to ensure that we have more sustainable agriculture and development for adaptation and mitigation to climate change. The various strategies include strengthening food security, promoting adaptation and mitigation to climate change. These are tools that the government has implemented in response to all the challenges that it is facing. The national strategy for food security is a guide to take action on the part of various ministries. 8 ministries more specifically participate in this strategy. And what they seek to do is principally to ensure that implementation happens at every level in the state, not just in the Ministry of Agriculture, but through all ministries and in all government actions. Then we have the strategy for agri-food sustainability. This strategy was created before the previous strategy, and what it seeks to do is to incorporate in agriculture the 3 areas of sustainability, the environmental, social, and economic dimensions in various different areas, including water, soil, climate change, and ecosystem services. When it comes to the social dimension, we have a relationship with local communities, jobs and employment, and security and having healthy food. And then we have economic aspects such as resilience, the market development, competency development, and competition for export. Since 2012, Chile has had a law on climate change. This law, 21455, provides a framework in order to generate an adaptation plan and a mitigation plan for climate change. The adaptation plan seeks to reduce vulnerability. It has 5 strategic approaches, strategic lines, 12 measures, and 65 actions. There's also a pilot plan in the Aysén region. And when it comes to mitigation, this seeks to reduce GHG emissions, and it does this through 6 measures and 25 actions. And in agriculture, it focuses on the use of nitrogen and the reduction of agricultural burning. Then we've also developed a program which is called Chile conscious origin program, which is a public-private initiative. What it seeks to do is to certify sustainability strategies in various areas, various agricultural areas, and it includes all agricultural subsectors. For this, through certification, we have managed to ensure that these various sectors could be certified. This includes the pork sector, the sector of dried plums, and the dairy sector. It's also demonstrating that the implementation of these practices can, at its heart, ensure adaptation to climate change. Now, there's an impetus for regenerative practices. Now, this is a program which is being developed by the Ministry of Agriculture together with the FAO as a main implementer of this program, and it's being financed through the GEF. It covers the entire country, and it seeks to ensure transition to regenerative practices in order to reduce vulnerability and improve biodiversity and soils in the Chilean agricultural sector. We're also working along one line to reduce food loss and waste. We're developing a national strategy which falls under the Ministry for the Environment together with other organizations, and they're developing an index to reduce food loss and waste, and so as to be able to ensure that it can be measured and thereby reduced. We also have a program which provides an incentive to care for soils. This is an instrument which comes from another program which previously existed, but what it does fundamentally is to ensure that there are instruments for knowledge transfer and a community fund to ensure that people can, farmers, can implement practices which are agriculturally sustainable for the soil. We also have a Sustainable Agriculture Transition Program. This is a program which is being developed by INDAP, and what it seeks to do is to ensure that people who have conventional production systems can transition towards sustainable agriculture, whether that be organic or regenerative agriculture, or to seek to ensure that they use sustainable practices. We also have a law which promotes irrigation, and what it seeks to do is to reward producers, and it also does this through the construction of drainage. They invest in irrigation and equipment, and so on, so as to ensure that these producers can ensure that their irrigation is more effective. When it comes to organic agriculture, we have a law that has been in place for some 10 years. It covers 336,680 hectares, which are under certification. Over the first half of 2025, exports went up by 22%, and there's also increased local and international demand. And we've managed to do this through trade agreements, particularly with the European Union, Switzerland, Brazil, and with the United Kingdom. And we're also currently working on signing a cooperation agreement with the United States and also with Japan. This is the GIAHS system. This is a system which contributes nationally and internationally to these efforts. We have a place which has been internationally recognized, Chiloé, and we hope through doing this we will manage to recognize the origin, things of Chilean origin. We also have a traditional seeds program. We have an initiative which promotes knowledge and conservation of these seeds, and a regulatory framework so that traditional seeds can be protected in terms of their identity. And finally, Through all of these strategies and programs, Chile has demonstrated that it is committed to sustainability on an agro-environmental level, and it is also committed to adaptation to climate change and the promotion of food security. Chilean agriculture can therefore play a relevant role on an international level. I thank you.
No sé si van a proyectar. Mientras la presentación.
While the presentation is beginning, very good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be able to speak to you at this forum of great importance for our planet. We're also going to speak in Spanish. And I'm going to invite you to read words in Spanish too. I believe that it's very important for our governments, especially those who are shaping agricultural policy for our countries, have this great opportunity today to see what is happening in Costa Rica. Many years ago, we began to recognize through policies and actions the well-being of ecosystems and forestry. This is and it is a great challenge to be able to uphold and support various areas of agriculture which have a significant contribution to development in our country, but also national production, working hand in hand with producers in Costa Rica. I would like to talk to you about how Costa Rica, starting from the implementation of its public policy and the great challenges that we had when it comes to sustainability, climate change, and climate resilience in the agricultural sector. We've been promoting climate action in the sector from a sustainability point of view, where we've been identifying things. The first things that we identified were the main challenges that each administrative period in our country had to face, and they're real challenges for the agricultural sector. Significant challenges, an increase in competitiveness and productivity. What are the plantations producing? What is their profitability? How are we competing in the agro sector in Costa Rica? My colleagues also mentioned this. Modernizing the agricultural sector is vital if we want to have changes towards these public policies. And this is a task that we're currently tackling. Another important aspect is how are we to produce in this agricultural value chain in a sustainable manner, adapted to climate change? How are we also to develop these rural areas where agriculture comes from? The rural areas of our countries. We need to have social, environmental, and economic awareness, and also efficient commercialization, national and local markets, being able to import these products. And finally, technology, as my colleague from Chile said, is crucial in agriculture. We have to think about young people, children, and those who are coming after us. We need to give them tools so they can continue to be involved in the agricultural sector. And we also have significant demographic changes. Agriculture lies in a few people's hands, and all of these challenges mean that today we now have a national agricultural policy which is renewed. It is new, and we call it the sectoral Policy 2.0. It has a number of important actions and approaches or axes. And working on these allow us to work on a balanced manner, not just between the 11 institutions of the agricultural sector, but also with other institutions of the public sector, such as the Ministry of the Environment, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of Industry and Trade. These are vital in our country when it comes to developing an agenda and an agricultural policy. This agricultural policy was launched 2 years ago in my country with the new administration, building on all the great experience that we had already from other administrations in the history of the sector. One fundamental axis or approach is modernizing the institutions of the sector. If we don't do that, we cannot make swift progress. Indeed, the issue of competitiveness is crucial. We need to work on we've already had some experience in this regard. And then thirdly, there's productivity and sustainability. We need to be more effective out in the fields, and we're developing strategies for that, and the added value and commercialization, which are vital. Which key actions are key in this political framework that we've been developing in the agricultural sector? Well, we've been setting up a system of traceability, which goes for agriculture, aquaculture, and fishing. We've first of all had the bovine traceability system to understand what we had, where we had it, and where it was. It was a very important activity in my country. Now, there's a digital file for the person who's a producer, who's producing, and where are these farms? What area do these farms have? We've been implementing a digital file where we register our producers. And we're establishing a program for financing to scale up the NAMAs. I don't know whether you're familiar with the NAMA concept, which is nationally appropriate mitigation actions. This has been crucial in solidifying the actions of this policy, identifying best practices which already have results, which show really transformation in the productivity and establishment of the farms. Now, in the third point, you can see the scaling up of these models. We are scaling up these best practice models to more producers in the country. First, we began with a pilot program in coffee some 14 years ago, and now we were looking at sugarcane, livestock, and bananas and plantains and rice. And we now have a national plan for adaptation agriculture 2025 plus NAP. And we have a special plan for pineapple, which is one of our main crops. And we're currently undertaking sustainability actions there. We also have a monitoring, reporting, and verification system, MRV, so as to know what these best practices are and how they are having an impact, whether positive or negative, on hydrological resources, soils, and biodiversity. So we have actions such as the National Strategy for Bio-Inputs. This is led by the Ministry of Agriculture with a program to recognize good environmental practices. And we're also working both on research as well as on agricultural extension services to develop a research agenda on a national level. What we're seeking to do is to address this final point, a program for payment for ecosystem services generated on soils which are used for agriculture. So environmental services programs, and all of this, to conclude, is an experience that we have drawn on over years. We've been developing policy instruments which come to guide and strengthen what the sector has as a policy nowadays. Some 10 years ago, we started a national decarbonisation project and also plan to restore the landscape, and also a national strategy for the bioeconomy. This supports what we have as a national policy today. We also have a technical cooperation, which is crucial. FAO, since we're here today, has been a crucial forum to develop many of the efforts that we're undertaking. Also with other instances, for Latin America and the region, we have been developing certain steps where ministers can share methodologies, policies, and investigation and development. This is really a platform which has been supporting all of these policies which have been implementing. And today in Costa Rica, we're also talking about an agro-environmental agenda where our Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Agriculture have a great challenge. And this is a challenge for countries in Latin America, but also for the rest of the world too. It's the issue of ensuring that they exchange, these two ministries speak to one another so that we can share a significant agenda when it comes to green impact, when it comes to deforestation zero. It's very important to ensure the preservation of ecological biodiversity, which is also something which can happen in producers' farms. And this also happens hand in hand with building capacities. A great challenge in the agricultural sector is how we ensure that our work teams in various fora have knowledge and ensure that studies can be undertaken to support cooperation in the agricultural sector. And there's also here a decoupling of different lines, curves that you can see on this graph. What's crucial is human well-being, where it's important to ensure the economic activity increases. We need to decouple resources and decouple impact. And with that, we have been developing various NAMAs.
Y ahora sí. Y para ello,
and for that, in order to support all of these public policies and actions that we have been developing to come up with a technical, robust agenda to respond not only economic and socially and politically for the actions of the sector. Well, one crucial thing here continues to be NAMAs. In coffee, bananas, plantains, rice, and other crops, what we're trying to undertake is integrated analysis of public policy. We're looking into the economic and social aspects of the development of the agricultural sector, and that's everything. We're working together as we do in the region that we're part of. Thank you very much.
a ver, vamos a resumir un poco.
So let's sum up a bit then. So we've seen from these two countries, Chile and Costa Rica, they're two countries that have a strong institutional foundation. They're good examples in this area. And their examples show that if you have the political will, we can make progress in coming up with good strategies for the long term, enduring strategies at the national level. It's important also with these examples that we see that implementation, putting this change into practice, this requires recognition of the efforts, incentives, and this translates into tangible benefits, environmental benefits, incentives, which then are passed on to the people who are actually carrying out the change. Another thing that we see from both countries is the need to have clear rules. This framework, regulatory and normative framework. And another important issue is that looking after the environment is not something far removed from agriculture. There are two things that must be more than friends if we want to have sustainable green agriculture. Also important is traceability, monitoring the impacts. Where are we seeing the impacts? What's happening? How is it happening? And in this way, we can move from pilot projects to scaling up the projects, looking for the long term. And finally, it's important to stress the need for coordinated, close work between the academic community, research, the technical assistance and extension services, and all those who are developing the policy and regulatory frameworks in the countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Latin America. Now, let's ask our colleague from Asian Pacific to have some reflection from our colleagues. Please, Bo.
Thank you, Tanya. And also, I would like to really invite all of us to give a big applause to our Latin America delegation. And it's really quite impressive of their presentation. And Anna actually gave a very comprehensive overview of the regional intervention about the green agriculture development, particularly with the policy instruments as well as the good practices. She highlighted the region, our region office in Latin America is really employed a holistic and integrated approach actually to support our members and to improve or to transform our agri-food systems for more resilience, inclusiveness, and effectiveness and sustainability. And definitely, she covered the key areas from the natural resources, climate change, adaptation, and mitigation, as well as the low environmental footprints. And she highlighted actually the very unique point about the awareness of traditional and local knowledge, and particularly with the GIAS. As you know, GIAS is actually one of main instruments for FAO, and to really integrate different types of interventions and to empowering the local people and indigenous people, as well as the local and traditional knowledge for the rural development and revitalization. And of course, I think they also highlight the coordination among different government agencies as well as the stakeholders and for the development of the policy instruments. And very important, they really highlight the community-centered approach and to really empower the youth, the women, as well as the entire community. And we have also very excellent examples from Costa Rica as well as Chile, and for their very excellent national country examples. And I would like to also really highlight the one that mentioned by our colleagues about the competitiveness and the profitability of our interventions in agriculture. I think this is really important for us to utilize the value chain approach and to support our member countries to make our agriculture sector more competitive and profitable, which definitely will link with the income generation and rural development. Yeah, I would like to really congrats to our team from Latin America, and also really take this opportunity and to really thanks to this team composed of 3 lovely women, colleagues, and which actually help us to make our Asian and regional, office balanced, because we all have 3 men. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Bo. Now we will travel, all of us, we will travel to Asian Pacific. And for that, let's watch the video in order to know where we are now, okay? Please, the video.
In Asia, up to 384 million people face hunger, while for 1.66 billion people, a healthy diet is out of reach. The right to adequate food is a human right. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, assists governments to transform their agri-food systems in order to deliver affordable, healthy diets to their people. For us at FAO, food is more than something you put in your mouth. Food is about diversity, nutrition, accessibility, affordability, and safety. The diversification of food production and consumption is vital in ending malnutrition and hunger. This is why we work with member nations in Asia and the Pacific to strengthen local food production, promoting food varieties that are not only nutritious but are adaptable to climate change. FAO's One Country, One Priority Product Initiative, OCOP, achieves this as we work with countries to develop sustainable value chains for their special agricultural products. This program aims to promote healthy diets and better livelihoods while preserving biodiversity. From promoting more nutritious crops such as millet and pulses to transforming entire agri-food systems, we enable healthy diets for everyone. By assisting member nations to develop and implement food-based dietary guidelines based on the most current scientific evidence, we are accelerating policies and actions that promote better nutrition and healthy diets. FAO takes a people-centered approach to nutrition, supporting nutrition education and consumer awareness through schools and local organizations, all of which are empowering people to make healthy food choices. We couldn't bring diverse and healthier food to tables without making sure it's safe to eat. FAO works extensively with governments and partners in the Asia and the Pacific region to strengthen national food control systems and food safety policies and standards. And finally, we work to ensure nutritious food is accessible and affordable to all by working with governments to develop national pathways and investment plans that translate policies to concrete actions. Our hand-in-hand initiative brings new opportunities to the region, attracting investments from development partners for nationally led programs in countries and territories where poverty and hunger are the highest. Technology, innovation, and scientific data are our key tools. Our 1000 Digital Village initiative brings the latest technology to rural communities, which connects farmers to new markets, inspires knowledge sharing, and brings new agricultural practices to include those who are being left behind. In all that we do, we focus on increasing women's access and involvement in food value chains and support climate-smart and low-carbon agriculture. Helping countries develop pathways to net zero emissions in agri-food systems and creating innovative climate financing mechanisms are key focus areas of our work. At the local level, FAO works with farmers on good agricultural practices, integrated crop management, and sustainable livestock and fisheries production. Our aim is to create agri-food systems that can provide nutritious food to people while also reducing its impact on the environment. By working together, we can transform the way we bring food to our table, strengthening the right to food, ensuring that everyone in Asia and the Pacific has access to diverse, nutritious, safe, and affordable food to lead active and healthy lives. The time is now to transform agri-food systems for better production, better nutrition, and a better environment, leading to a better life and a better future for all.
I would like to invite our colleague Bo Xu, who is our agriculture officer for the regional office for Asia Pacific. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon again. And I trust all of you enjoying a very rich diversity region for Asia and the Pacific. It is the home to small island states, vast agriculture economies, and dynamic urban centers. Despite these differences, we all share a common challenge: how it produces enough safe and nutritious food with protecting our natural resources and the environment. For FAO, greening agriculture is about transforming agri-food systems so that they can deliver on our shared vision of better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. Before I present the results of the regional assessment, I would like to cordially invite my two colleagues, Dr. Yin Changbin from Institute of Agricultural Resources and the Regional Planning, Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences. And also, I would like to invite Dr. Sheikh Tanvir Hossain, Director of Policy and Strategy, IFORM Organic Asia. Okay, so I use this. Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I don't need to really reiterate the basic idea about green agriculture, since my previous colleague already present very comprehensively. So as asked by by Tanvir, so actually, different region office would like to present the regional specific results from this assessment of the green agriculture development. And I would like to highlight a regional idea is to have a standard methodology for all regional office and to give a regional specific scenario of the green agriculture development, particularly with the focus on the policy instrument. So of course, what I'm going to cover for this 15 minutes presentation is to just give you the entire story, how we develop, how we undertake this regional assessment. So we'll give you a very brief regional context and approach, methodology, objective, as well as the main findings, closing with some takeaway messages. So just would like to give you an idea that the assessment, the regional assessment, is really using a holistic approach, like a food system approach, to cover different aspects of green agriculture to conduct this regional assessment. And of course, I just mentioned, I think you also enjoy, learn something about the uniqueness, the rich diversity of Asia and the Pacific. But I would like to highlight this region because of the vast geographic distribution of this region, and to implement or to develop any intervention to support the member countries, particularly for the green agriculture development. It is very important to have a comprehensive assessment. Like my colleague Anna just mentioned in her closing message, the data collection, the data, which is really vitally important for FAO to work with our member countries. So, as I already mentioned that under the leadership of Tanvir, that the Green Agriculture Initiative actually launched by RUA, and which try to be like FAO organization-wide initiative to cover all the regions. So I'm very happy actually to be here and to present very preliminary findings from the Asian Pacific. And just would like to let you know, it is evident that we need to really promote or work on the green agriculture initiative, but it is always a challenge to measure the environmental sustainability based on the real data. I understand this exercise really give an opportunity actually for different regional office to have a more, real, understanding to reflect the real situation in different regions. So we utilized a common approach, or widely used approach to assess the impact or the sustainability of the agriculture. So we use actually the Food System Countdown Initiative, and which is a collaborative effort to monitor global food systems and support their transformation to be more equitable, sustainable, and resilient. And under this FSCI, we actually use one of the tools called EPI, Environmental Performance Index. I think Lynn from North Africa and the Middle East already mentioned this approach. So I just give you somehow some basic of this approach called EPI. So if you look into the chart on the right, you will see basically there's 3 components. The first component is called ecosystem vitality, and the second is climate change. The third is the environmental health. So there's 3 components with different weight, and divide into actually more sub-indicators to measure the EPI indicator or EPI scores. So based on these EPI scores, we selected 3 represented countries from 3 major groups based on their index, based on their value. So if you look into this busy table, so we actually have 3 groups. The first group is basically top group. Basically, they have relatively good performance. And the second group and the third group. So based on the geographic distribution as well as the EPI scores, we selected 3 countries, which is Japan, represent the top group. And we have Bhutan, represent the second group, and the Philippines for the third group. And since China, is one of the leading countries in the green agriculture development, actually they called the development of agriculture green development, slightly different from the terminology that we use, green agriculture. So we actually include 4 countries for this country-specific assessment. I just would like to show you some preliminary results. As we all aware, this exercise really focuses on the policy instruments. So based on the EPI information, we selected the represented countries of different contexts. And then we focused on the available national-wide policy instruments, just for you to understand what has been done, what is going on in these 4 countries. So for the case of Japan, they initiated this called green strategy, in Japanese called Midori. So this strategy will align the agri-food transformation for sustainable production, distribution, and consumption. And the national objective of the carbon neutrality to be reached to be achieved by 2050. And under this strategy, it was highlight the component of the reduction of the fossil fuels up to 30% and the chemical pesticides by 50%, as well as to promote, upscale the organic agriculture area to 1 million by 2050. And of course, Japanese is one of the leading, I think, developed countries, industry countries. So the precision agriculture is one of the national agenda to improve the efficiency, the competitiveness of the agriculture. And it's always highlight, the importance of food waste reduction. The country actually face some challenges. For example, the aging farmers and the labor shortage. Very important is they really have very limited farmland. So for the case of Bhutan, and Bhutan is actually claimed as one of the most happy nation in the world. I still remember my mission to Bhutan last August. It is true, definitely. I have no any doubt, and the people are very happy. So under this cross-national happiness initiative, which is the national guiding framework, and in this guiding framework, it actually well integrates the environmental sustainability into their food system governance. And the country has a very ambitious target to have 100% organic farming by 2035. Although I'm a little bit concerned because organic farming definitely is very lucrative. But anyway, I think this is because of the small, territory and the small population. I think this is a very good initiative which can set a good example for the countries with similar context to copy and paste. And under the Green Public Procurement program, we call CPP program, which will connect sustainable production to the institutional buyers. So you will see the country actually launched a tremendous efforts and to promote the green agriculture for their country. But however, the country also face tremendous challenges, overall, because of the very poor infrastructure. And many areas are not really easy to access, basically, because of mountainous areas. So somehow we would like to say it represents different levels of the development among different countries. So when we visit the country of Philippines, and Philippines is a typical island country. It has more than 1,000 different size of islands. And under the Organic Agriculture Act 2010, the country strengthened the sustainable production pillar of the agri-food systems. And I would like to highlight one of the government initiative which called marine biodiversity protection. As a typical island country, how to conserve and sustainably utilize the mariculture for fishery, is very important. And also very important to integrate the mariculture products into their food diets systems. So they also face various challenges. For example, vulnerable to extreme weathers. Philippines is one of the countries suffered from so many typhoons every year. And relatively lagged development context, also one of the challenge which give the country big demands on the financial support and as well as other capacities. And China probably I would like to leave it for our specialist from China to elaborate the Chinese case, the case in China. But I would like to highlight the big development of the sustainable agriculture or green agriculture in China, so which is really under very strong government willingness and determinations, and to promote the green agriculture in China. But of course, China has only around 7% of the farmland, which need to feed 1.4 billion people. It is always a top priority for the central government and for the food security and nutrition. So there's some impact which we just obtained from the data. I have to clarify to some extent. If you look into the last bottom statement, personally I'm a little bit concerned about this data. Is China use much less rate of the chemicals? Yeah, it's probably is a matter of calculation. But overall, I would like to highlight in the last few decades, the agricultural sustainability has been significantly improved in the country. I trust our panel member, Dr. Yin, will elaborate the Chinese case later on. And after we have the preliminary data from all 4 countries, we did some comparative comparison among these 4 countries. And of course, you will see simply based on the data, based on the figures, you will see the different scores of the different countries under different pillars. I would like to just use one of the example, like biodiversity index. You will see Budai sits in the top. There's no doubt here, because I think Budai probably has the largest, highest forage coverage in the world. And I would like to highlight some national significance. For example, Japan. Japan definitely focused on technical-driven waste reducing supply chains. And Budai prioritized ecological and cultural integrity in food systems. For Philippines, balances biodiversity conservation with livelihood needs and poverty alleviation. For China, there's a large-scale green initiative while ensuring market competitiveness and through the certification systems. Several common challenges we identified in all 4 countries. The first is the climate viability, which significantly or seriously disrupt the production cycle. And infrastructure gaps in sustainable distribution, particularly for mountain country like Budai or Philippines. And market barriers for eco-certified products. So both non-market or market incentives should be in place to promote the products from the green agricultural practices. And I would like to, I think, just to skip this slide. I understand the slide will be shared due to the time constraint. And so just highlight some key achievements in terms of the development of the green agriculture in 4 countries, like Japan. Again, highlight the use of high-tech precision farming systems. For Budai, it's really policy-driven organic farming and biodiversity protection. The royal government is very, very much advocating the organic farming system in the country. The Philippines, here you will see the marine ecosystem protection and the community-based farming. If you visit Philippines, you always see the farmers, the local farmers, is really put in the center. And for China, of course, because of the quick development of the economic development, the massive investment in the green technology and the green supply chain management, and so on. So there's several recommendations. I would like to say the the green agriculture is on the way. We are, in some countries, I think probably has made significant progress, but some country probably it's still at very early stage. So FAO as the obligate organization under UN systems, definitely it's our mandate and to work with our member countries to support from different dimensions, from the policy, from the normative norms, from the good agriculture practice, from partnership and knowledge sharing. And also, it's very important is, I would like to highlight the budget, the investment, because agriculture overall is underinvested. For the green agriculture, somehow is an upgrade, is an update practice of agriculture practice. I would like to say the substantive investment is vitally important for agriculture, for green agriculture development. I would like to stop here, and also would like to invite Dr. Ying to present the Chinese, the case in China. Please, Dr. Ying.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I come from the CAAS, CAS, China Academy of Agriculture Science, from the Institute of Agriculture Resources Regional Planning. I'm very happy and also honored to share with you the agricultural green development process and practice and typical cases that is happening in China. Now I would like to break my presentation in 4 parts. First, we would like to reflect on the stages of agricultural development. As we all know that China has a population of 1.4 billion, and with 7% of the world's arable land, it carries 1/5 of the global population. Since 1949, the grain yield per hectare was around 1,000 kilo. Now it has reached nearly 6,000 kilos. And there are mainly 3 stages. And from the first stage, it's just to eat enough sufficient food. And then focusing on just increasing the grain output through these resource-intensive practices to make sure that the food supply could be sufficient. And in the second stage, from 1978 to 2012, the second stage emphasized the quality balancing stable production with the dietary diversity to improve nutrition. And then the output reached nearly 5,000 kilo. The diet has become diversified for Chinese people, and the production also goes into meat production, dairy product. Nutrition has become also more important for Chinese people. Since 2012, we enter into the third stage, and the focus has become the green agriculture transitioning to integrate the ecological revitalization with agriculture production. For example, the use of agriculture chemicals has been decreasing in the third stage. And then now we would like to talk about the practices of agriculture green development since 2012. We try to promote the green agriculture development. In 2012, China has convened the 18th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. And in this Congress, it elevated the ecological civilization to a strategic level. In 2017, the first national policy document on agricultural green development was issued. And this document centered on innovation, coordination, green growth, openness, and shared benefits. In 2021, China's 14th five-year plan for national agriculture green development was released. It outlined the quantified targets in 4 key areas. And these 4 key areas or 4 key goals have been more or less delivered and reached. For example, in agricultural resources, production and also the environment, agricultural ecology, and the green supply. In 2022, China also convened the 20th National Congress of the CPC Party and emphasized Chinese modernization would involve the harmony between humanity and nature. And also, it identified the key tasks and also the setting phased targets for 2030 and 2035. For example, what should be the level of development and also ecological resources utilization, environmental protection level, and also improvement of the environment. At the moment, the Chinese government has advanced agricultural green development through technological promotion, infrastructure construction, industrial development, and stakeholder engagement. These key measures include, for example, technology. We want to promote the soil conservation, water-saving irrigation, to reduce the agricultural input use, and also the waste recycling. In 2024, over 1.07 million hectares were equipped with efficient water-saving irrigation. And the green pest control covered 57.7% of the arable areas. And also we have leveled land, irrigated these arable field, and also improved the infrastructure for drainage, and also developed smart agriculture facilities. For example, in 2024, more than 5 million hectares of high-standard farmland were developed, and also more than 25 million hectares of land have been offered the flood-protected facilities. And in terms of the farming industry, we also developing green circular models and try to adopt a low-carbon supply chains, and also to use the specialized technical demonstration companies to develop the large-scale agro-processing enterprises. And also, for the stakeholders' involvement, we are providing more than 143 million hectares of land with the socialized services. And in China now, we have more than 94,000 leading agro enterprises. And also, in terms of the agricultural green development, this is the third area I would like to talk about. And we want to assess the agricultural green development and use a composite index with 16 indicators across 4 dimensions. And this system was developed, and different indicators were given different weight. we use AHP. This is the calculation method from 2015 to 2023. With these agricultural green development index, it showed that in 2023, these index value reached 78.23, which is a gain of 3.04 points since 2015. For example, in terms of resource conservation and protection, the index increased 2.87. For ecological and environmental safety, the index value increased 3.93, etc. You can see the details from the slide. And for these, the level of agricultural resource conservation and preservation continue to improve. By 2023, we improved the total area of the cultivated and well-facilitated farmland. And also, the agriculture biological resources conversation continues to improve as well. For example, we have set up the more than 2,000 sites to monitor the invasive alien species. And also for the past 5 years, we have seen the cumulative area of crops affected by disaster, less than 5 million hectares. It is below the 5-year average. And also, for the use of fertilizer application, it has continuously declined. For the 3 major crops, the maize and also wheat and rice, the use of these fertilizer continue to decline. The coverage rate of the soil testing and also formula fertilization technology reached more than 90%. For the main crops, the green pest control area reached 92 million hectares, amounting to 57.7% of the coverage rate. And also the agricultural waste, what we call agricultural byproducts, such as the stalks. And also the utilization rate reached more than 88%, with over 400 million tons returned to fields. And also the mulch film, the agriculture mulching film, its use continue to be improved. We also have set up more than 500 monitoring points for these plastics and mulch residues in the farmland. And what we can also see that in 2024, we have seen the grain output surpassing 700 million tons for the first time. And also, we have seen the output of the edible fungi exceeding 42 million tons. And we also develop the certified green, organic, and GI agricultural products. And we also continue to promote the mechanization of our agriculture production and to improve the utilization of the agriculture resources. The agriculture production has become more and more integrated. Finally, we have seen an enhancement of the green agriculture production supply. For example, the income for the rural populations reached more than 23,000 RMB in 2024. This is the rural per capita disposable income. And the rural population's living conditions continue to improve. Next, I would like to talk about 3 specific cases. First case is the national pilot zones for agricultural green development. And these national pilot zones was launched in 2017. And we use it for the purpose of a demonstration to promote advanced agriculture technologies. In a county, we also have another specific case of environmental protection, resource conservation in a county in China. And we improved the output. This is the second case. Is also from our cooperation with the ADB, with the Asian Development Bank. It's called the Yangtze River Project. And it aims to enhance the land productivity, ecological carrying capacity, and sustainable agri-rural economy, and also to improve the soil water conservation. This is the second case with the ADB. From this slide, you can see the pictures taken for this project, the various interventions, what we have done for the project. Our team offers the technical support for this project. There are more than 70 different technologies. So we also have a website. And if you're interested, you can log on to our website to have a look. The different technical interventions and also ways. We also have improved the sense of happiness for the rural population on this project. And another project is another project in Zhejiang. It's called a Green Rural Revival Program. As you can see from the presentation, we also have received positive reviews and even was granted the Innovation Award from the UN. And in the interest of time, I will not elaborate on that. Thank you for your patience.
Dr. Yin, and for your very comprehensive presentation. I understand he has a poster so in the marketplace. So if you're interested, you can definitely visit his poster. As well, he will be with us in the next 3 days. So feel free and to discuss with him if you have any further questions. And we supposed to actually to invite the representative from the Philippines to join this important event. But unfortunately, he cannot join this meeting. And luckily, we have our specialist, Dr. Tanvir, with us. So I would like to invite him and to give some regional perspective about the green agriculture development in this region, and particular from the perspective of like partnership, from the financial like instruments related to the green agriculture development in this region. Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Sheikh Tanvir Hossain, Director Policy and Strategy, IFOM Organics Asia, and I am also actually the advisor of the Regional Green Agriculture Platform of FAO, that is the Europe and Central Asia. Fortunately, I was the part of developing the methodology of what Bo presented, and earlier FIDA also presented, that how the green agriculture policies actually should be analyzed. And initially, when actually I discussed with Tanya, we decided that we will focused on or give more weightage on the environment perspective while we give the analysis of green agriculture in the different countries. And our idea was we should have the common methodology of all the regions across the Latin America, Asia, Africa, Europe. But of course, due to some limitation, we could not follow all the methodology same. But fortunately, Asia and North Africa, we could do the same way what Bo and FIDA presented, that the Environmental Performance Index and FSCI. I will not go through in detail of the presentation, but what I want to say that, of course, when we analyze different countries, most of the countries has common challenge, particularly in Asia, what Bo said, the climate change, small-scale farmers, food loss and wastage, and so on. But of course, we have some good examples from Japan, Bhutan, Philippines, China, and some other countries. And my idea is, for consideration of Tanya and the team, that in future we should compile all the best practices, what we hear from the morning, from Africa, Latin America, Asia, Europe, and it should be shared all, that how the different government policies actually reflect and how we can learn one good policy and replicate to the other countries. And also we need, today we didn't discuss much about the programs, but mostly we are to discuss on the policies, but we also need to share the programs as well. While I compiling this analysis, I found some difficulties, particularly the indicators. Because environmental indicators, social indicators, or the economic indicators are not very much unique or uniform across the countries. So maybe if you can, future may decide or discuss and find the calculation or the indicators. This is the very important issue. And another thing I like to share for your consideration, that since most of the peoples here are from the government policy level, it is quite difficult always to convince the governments, particularly the why safe agriculture is important and the nutrition of food is important, because government always think about the food security in terms of the production, but we need to also think about the food nutrition. It is very important, and for that purpose, actually, ecosystem services is very important. How the biodiversity, soil, water, these are the contributing, and we should not think only the calculation of the yield. We also think about the true cost accounting, that how the negatively the excessive use of chemicals are hamper our food production and food systems, and how actually the health is very much affected due to use of the chemicals. So this hidden cost, true cost accounting, should be properly addressed and should be properly highlighted by the governments, respective of all the regions' governments. So ecosystem services and true cost account calculation should be properly done, and it should be carefully evaluated. I also like to think and share about the digital transformation or smart transformation, what we are discussing always, that we should think about the governments or the country's readiness while we transform to digital or smart transformation, because all the countries are not in the same space or same area. If we do some digital transformation in Japan or China, maybe it is not very much possible to Nepal or Bangladesh. So sometimes, you have to calculate and you have to understand the digital readiness of the countries. And finally, I like to request everyone to think about the traceability issue, and because it is one of the big problems. As a consumer, we like to see the good and safe food. Another issue, that the food loss and wastage is very common, and in Asia it is very much significant. So we need to find how we can reduce the food loss and wastage, because 30 to 40% perishable foods is actually happening due to different stage of supply chain. And if we can reduce this food loss and wastage, actually we can it indirectly contribute to our food security. And also we need to support our school meal organic programs so that our future babies, boys will be more, have grown up with nutrition food and happy ways. So all about my observation. And if you have any question about the methodology, what Bo actually explained, we are not explained detail, or any other things, please let me know. I will be happy to share with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tanvir, for your insights as well as the future direction of the study, as well as some very practical recommendations how we can support our member countries to promote the green agriculture. So I would like to just have a very quick summary of the 3 takeaway messages. The first, really would like to highlight integration and alignment. The green agriculture policy must be well integrated and aligned with national and global goals, ensuring that every intervention supports productivity, resilience, and sustainability. The second, innovation with inclusion. Technological and institutional innovations need to be accessible to everyone, particularly women, youth, and small-scale farmers. And the last but not least, the partnership and the collaboration. Transformation will require strong partnership across borders and sectors, from governments and farmer organizations to research and private stakeholders. Really appreciate Ria and all your colleagues, and to provide us this very unique platform for us to meet together and share our experience. Thank you.
And now I would like to invite Anna, some reflection related to the Asian Pacific region. Anna, please.
A ver. Bo inició diciendo.
So let me begin by saying that we're very different. We do have common challenges, though, as
Entonces, Bo inicia.
So, once again, let me begin by saying that, yes, we are very different, but we do have common challenges. And so it's possible that on some things we will have different solutions too. But listening to what the last colleague said, we could also have indicators that are common. So we need to work on standardization within differences on what could be scalable for all of us. And to be able to do this, there's something else that was very important that was mentioned, and that's data. So if we want to be able to take decisions on what can be compared, what works in one place, what works in another place, it's very important, therefore, to have the data, to be able to know what we are talking about, how all of this functions, but above all, what are the conditions in which it functions? What are the catalysts? What drive the success of this or that technology or innovation? And if we don't have the data on this, it would be very difficult to replicate these solutions in another context. And so I think this is an important point that came out of the colleagues' presentations. Also, we heard about the agri-food system, but I think we need to be looking at the not the agricultural systems, the agri-ecosystems. The agri-food systems don't function independently of the agri-ecosystems, so we need this holistic view. And also, I would stress that the policy benefits, but above all, the benefits of the programs that are operationalizing the policies. They need to be economic, social, and environmental. They need to bring benefits to those who are working to make the change that's being promoted. Otherwise, if we adopt these policies, it's going to be very limited how much change we can actually carry out. So, and there's an area where I don't know if it's so much a doubt, but regarding to the context of these ambitious ideas about, for example, transition to all organic produce, it's important to be taking into account the risks too, because it's possible that these risks could end up being a constraint on success, not technology or innovation, but not having taken into account the risks, not being prepared to address these risks. So there's an invitation here too when we're carrying out these kinds of innovative changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. Really, it is so interesting to hear what is going on in different regions, and also the reflection of regions. So in this sense, now I would like to invite you to coffee break, and then after coffee break, we will visit Africa. So 15 minutes, please.
If you are interested with the National China Agriculture Green Development Report 2024, please come to me to get one copy if you are interested. Thank you.
Oh, no, in the afternoon, after lunch, after dinner.
After dinner?
Yes, yes.
Okay, colleagues, I think we can start with our last session. And now our journey brings us to the region of Africa. But before going to this last session, let me introduce myself. My name is Gulmira Urmanbetova. I am a coordinator for Green Agriculture Initiative in the region for Europe and Central Asia. And I would like to welcome both our teams from Africa and Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia. If Dmitry, are you here with us now or not yet? Okay, let's in any case, we will start with the session of Africa. And I would like to, as a rule, to start with an introductory video to the region of Africa. Thank you.
The Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program, CAADP, was adopted initially in 2003, so like 22 years before. And it has been guiding collective action on agricultural development across the continent. And the African Union, together with the partners, including FAO, have been reviewing the progress on the implementation of CAADP over the last several years. The first review was done in 2014, like 10 years ago. That's where the Malabo Declaration was adopted. And now, after another 10 years, in 2025, the Kampala Declaration was adopted based on a review. As part of that review process, FAO contributed a lot, and that really influenced the content of the strategy, the 10-year strategy and action plan, as well as the declarations that was adopted early in January this year. Now, the content of this declaration and how it responds in terms of strategy to the multiple challenges that Africa faces, these are partly related to low level of productivity. Partly it is related to high level of vulnerability to different kinds of shocks. You have mentioned the climate change, such as droughts and floods, but also economic shocks and conflicts, pests and diseases, and so on. So a central element of the CAADP is resilience building. And resilience building also, is our pillar in FAO. Increased productivity using science, innovation, and technology. This is also another pillar of the Kampala Declaration and the strategy. Making sure that the young people, the women, and smallholder farmers benefit from it directly through job creation, through value chain development, and therefore address the issue of poverty, and also produce enough to ensure food security and nutrition. All these are included in the strategy, and we believe that the Kampala Declaration and the strategy and action plan addresses the challenges that Africa faces in agri-food systems. EU has been a reliable strategic partner, both for FAO as well as for the African Union. And FAO and the African Union, we work very closely in the Africa region, and we have been using the FAO and EU collaboration to make sure that these strategies of the African Union, which is CAADP, the strategic framework of FAO, as well as the EU strategy, they align, and they do align. Agri-food systems transformation is a shared goal, so we use the platforms that exist, such as the EU-Africa partnership at heads of state level, at ministerial level, but also FAO-Africa Union collaboration platforms. So we have been using this effectively.
And now to introduce green agricultural policy assessment highlights for the region of Africa, I would love to introduce Robai Liambila, who is the green agriculture consultant for FAO region for Africa. The floor is yours, and for your panel session, you will have 30 minutes. Thank you.
Hamjambo. Oh, thank you. I just wanted to hear if some of you understand Swahili. You have to know Swahili, at least. Jambo. You say jambo. Yeah. So, as you have been told, I'm Robai Liambila from Africa, Kenya. I was the one who was doing the report for this region. And here we are looking at green agriculture policy assessment for Africa. A bit of Africa has been tackled, the northern parts, but basically here, I just want to tell a story. I'm not really looking at many things, but I want to tell a story about Africa's journey to sustainable agri-food system, policy innovation and action. So that's the most important thing for us to look into today. So one thing about Africa is that over 280 million Africans today already live in climate risk zones. And that's a report which FAO was able to give us last year. So if you look at 280 million Africans, it's like a combination of two countries, Nigeria and Ethiopia, 280 million people. So our Africa's agri-food system is at a crossroad. And what are we supposed to do when we look at that? The climate shocks are no longer an abstract, and all of us know that. They are hitting homes, farms, and also markets across the continent. So what are we trying to look at? We are saying that Africa depends so much on agriculture, and 60% of our livelihood depend on agriculture. That is one thing. Again, 30% of our GDP depend on agriculture, and also we have at risk 5% yield loss if there's an increase in temperature. So that is why I'm saying this is a story about Africa that we need to look at. So we are asking ourselves, what is the converging crisis? What is that? The converging crisis that is facing us. Food insecurity, there's biodiversity loss, we also have degraded soils, we also have the climate change, which we are saying is no longer a separate issue, that we have to look at it as climate change as a separate issue. All these things are converging together, and they're amplifying vulnerability and undermining stability in Africa. So this is something that we really need to look at. And the answer here we are looking at is green agriculture. Is it going to give us the answer we are looking at? That's the question we are asking. So the response for us we are looking is green agriculture. And I don't want to go into details about green agriculture. We have been talking about green agriculture from morning until now. So I think everybody knows about green agriculture. But I am trying to say that green agriculture is imperative now. That is why we are talking about it. In the morning, Tanya talked about a dream. It was something that she didn't know it was going to be true. But today we are here talking about the green agriculture. So I can say that the call is urgent, and the time for green agriculture is now. So that is it. So looking at what we are looking at, what is really the problem here and the challenges and the gap that we have? We know that we have a lot of tension that is within Africa because our population is booming at a very fast rate and the food demand is increasing. and our resources is declining. So this is something that we need to look into, and we can say that the consequences here, I don't want to go beyond what we know, because we are talking about empty plates, that is food insecurity and malnutrition. We are also talking about the thin wallets. Our income, our livelihood is in a jeopardy. And lastly, we are talking about the tired soils. Our colleague from North America, they talked so much about soils. Other colleagues have talked about soil degradation here. I don't want to talk about much. Africa, we are having a lot of degradation that is occurring at a very fast rate. And all of us know that degradation and rehabilitation is something else, is a lot of work to bring our soils back into productive. So we are saying that if nothing changes, Africa risks bigger food deficits. We are going to miss what we have been talking about from the video introductory. They have been talking about CADAP, the Malabo Declaration. We are already missing on this. So this is something that we need to understand. So the gap here we are looking at, in African continent, we have quite a lot of policies that support green agriculture. Yes, they're there. But does this policy translate into implementation? Does it translate into impact? So that is a question. As we look at these policies, we are saying there are plenty of them, plenty. Looking at the analysis that I was able to do, there are quite a plenty of these policies, but they are, I can say they are great on paper. Great on paper, but reality check is that few countries are able even to meet the CADAP agreement that was put, the Malabo agreement, that every country should contribute at least 10% of agriculture. So that is one thing. We are already missing that. Few countries are meeting that, and it's only at a certain years, it's not consistent. So that is the question we are looking at. So one thing here, that the key message is that Africa must bridge the gap between ambition and action. And I believe all of us understand when I say ambition and action. We want to bridge that gap because we are looking at the crisis in agri-food system. So one thing about us, we can look at the policy landscape in Africa, and we can say that the alignment with commitments, they vary. We have a lot of national policies within Africa. Here we were able to do an analysis, and we did an analysis of about 36 countries in Africa. You can look at the map and you can see some of the policies, some of the countries were able to score high. We were able to use an analysis that we were able to look at qualitative. Basically, we were looking at the policies that are present within Africa, the implementation, and the impact on the ground. Those were the indices we were trying to look at, and we were able to score each country. And from this map, you can see some countries were able to score better, but others didn't even get a score within here. So one thing about GA policies in Africa, we can say that, as I've said, we have many of them, but what is the finding here? So one thing we can say that it's a lot of Basel. This is just a Basel. And these pieces have to be put together. We have to assemble this into a picture so that we understand these policies. And we have said they align with continental frameworks. We have the CADAP, we have also the Malabo Declaration, we have Agenda 2063, the SGDs, and also the Paris Agreement, the NDCs, the biodiversity, and also the Desertification Convention. All these policies are able to align with this continental framework. We also have the regional pathways that are guiding all these policies. The ECOWAS is one of them. We have things like the agroecology and resilience. We also have the SADC, which is more of the Southern Africa. And also we have the ESC, which is more of the Eastern Africa. So if you look at all these regional pathways, are able to guide the policy landscape landscape in Africa. Again, we look at the flagship initiatives. Quite a lot of initiatives are there in Africa, and if we are looking at Africa Climate Smart Agriculture Alliance is one of the initiatives that is taking place in Africa. We also have the Africa Forest Restoration Landscape that is taking place. We have the Great Green Wall also, and also the stimulus program that is part of this initiative that is taking place. But there is a lot of systematic weaknesses, and we have to look at these weaknesses. We have chronic underfunding. People have been talking about funding here, and if we look at even the climate financing in Africa, Africa only receives about 1.2% of the climate finance. So if you do your calculations, you know how much is that to go into the 52 African countries. So we also have the fragmented efforts that are being done by different countries, and also we have the slow adoption of green practices and also the recurring issues that are occurring within Africa. So we are trying to say that the number that bite here is that we have a handful of countries consistently hit 10% agri-budget target, and climate expenditure are rarely tracked with precision. So even getting data, and we know that the numbers bite, that is one thing. So if we don't have numbers, if we don't have data, and then it's also very difficult to be able to know exactly where we are. So the key message here is that Africa has no shortage of policies, frameworks, and also initiative, but the problem is the implementation gaps, the finance gaps, or in short, I can say that we have plenty of plants, but not enough plows. So that is the Africa story that we have to look at. So, but as much as we have all this problem, I can also say that we have countries that are also champion. From the analysis, we were able to come up with 3 countries that are champion of GA, and one of the country is Uganda. Uganda is one of the champion countries, and we can say that amid these challenges, these 3 countries have been able to show that green agriculture is possible, and uplifting our countries is also something that we can achieve. So Uganda, we are looking at, they are doing very well in terms of climate smart agriculture, which is mainstreamed in most of their national policies and plans. We are looking also at the climate budget tagging and green economy program. We also look at the food loss and waste reduction strategies, which they have put in place. We are looking at youth go green. That is something that most of the African countries, the youth are in jeopardy. The youth doesn't want to listen to agriculture. When you mention agriculture, some of us have been brought up knowing that our parents are doing agriculture, but they are not role models. So which Gen Z do you want to be? Look at those parents who agriculture is not even bringing food on the table, so they don't look at it. So agriculture to us is more of a poverty or a poor man's job. If you're not able to go to school, get a job, then agriculture is there. You fall back to agriculture. So we need to change that, and so that we can bring in the youth. And this Youth Go Green and Farmer Field School has been one of the role models that Uganda is doing. And also policy coherence across ministry is something that we are proud of that Uganda is trying to do. The other country is also South Africa. South Africa is something that we are looking at in terms of investments and innovation ecosystem. They're very good in terms of public-private partnership. They are showing that also we can have finance can also meet science, and here that's when they have advanced greenhouse gases tracking. They're able to track. They also have smart irrigation and food loss reduction strategies in place, and also a robust R&D innovation ecosystem. So we are trying to say that South Africa, from climate funds to agri-tech incubator, it leverage public-private partnership, and also they have a very strong R&D. So the message here is that innovation and investment can drive transformation. Another country is Senegal. And Senegal is also something that is proud of. We are looking at the National Agroecology Transition Plan. And this has been something that has been talked about because they have been able to bring in the community together to be able to champion in policy. So we are talking about the bottom up. We are not talking about top-down policy structure. We also look at Senegal being one of the countries that have been able to meet the 10% CADAP the budget in some years, not all the years, but they are trying. And also we have grassroots innovation, and also things like the seed banks. They are very good at that. They are doing a lot of soil restoration through the Green Wall, the Great Green Wall program. So that is one thing. We also have strong biodiversity commitments that have been put into place. So we can say that Senegal has been able to redefine farming with agroecology. So that is one thing about green agriculture. How do we look at it? And here they have been able to co-create transition plans, and also they have a strong budget commitment within their grassroots. So looking at these champion countries, we are saying that these champion countries have been chosen for diversity, innovation, and also inclusivity. This is a pathway to turn ambition into action. So we are looking at this, and these three countries together, they reflect the FAO's 4 betters, and I don't think I need to mention the 4 betters. I think everybody can see it here. Yeah? Is that true? All right, thank you. So looking at this, I'll bring some of the innovations and best practices. And what are the sparks about these innovations? When we look at innovations, we are looking at the climate budget and tagging, and that is Uganda. I talked about data. And in Africa, data is disintegrated. Sometimes we cannot know exactly where we are because we do not track our budget, we don't track anything. So across Africa, we can say that we have bold experiments which are reshaping green agriculture. And these aren't just abstract concepts, but they are practical tools that are working right now. And the first one I've said is the climate budget tagging in Uganda. And this climate budget tagging is a message that tell the truth. And we can say Uganda is using the CBT, or the climate budget tagging, to make climate finance transparent and accountable. So they have been able to track their agricultural budget, and also the budget that translates to climate resilience, and they are bringing in more other budgets. And this is something that many of the African countries are already trying to look forward to adapting. So that is one thing about Uganda. The other one, we can say that South Africa also, their R&D technology is something to also emulate. And the story about South Africa is that government funds and private sector partnership is able to equal the agri-tech breakthroughs. And here we are talking about precision farming. They have been able to work on precision farming. They have been able to look at the climate smart seeds and also early warning systems, which are moving from laboratory to the field. And that is something that every African other country is looking at, because here we are saying that when finance meets science, farmers are able to win. And we want to look into that. Every African country is striving to look into that so that we can be able to move forward with green agriculture. Another country about innovative practices is Senegal, which we are looking at the National Agroecological Plan transition. And here, the caravan story. I think majority of you have heard about the caravan story. And here we are talking about this caravan was able to bring in Senegal just didn't impose policy from above. Instead, it was able to use the agroecology caravan to be able to bring farmers, the youths, the NGOs, the other people into the driver seat so that they can be able to shape the country's landmark. And this is important because they were able to shape that agroecology transitional plan, starting all the way from down. And that is, we are saying, the message here is that policy with people, not just for people. That is the message. Policy with people, not just for people. So looking at these best practices or examples that we have seen, we are trying to ask ourselves, what are the comparative strengths and also transferable lessons that we can borrow from Uganda, South Africa, and Senegal? And here we are looking at Uganda being one of the countries that we can borrow the grassroots and also inclusive budgeting. And this is community-driven initiatives. So we are not just looking at a country where we are going to borrow the climate budgeting tagging, but we want to look at the transparency that the CBT is bringing on board. We also want to look at the inclusivity that everyone, which can ensure that resources match climate goals. So that is one thing about Uganda. So we can say that think of Uganda as the accountant of climate action, because they are able to prove that what gets tracked gets done. So that is one thing about Uganda. If we look at South Africa, we can say that we have investment and innovation ecosystem in South Africa. So the strength here, we are looking at strong institutions. We are looking also at climate funds. And this is something that we want to borrow from South Africa as other African countries so that we can be able to move GA forward. So the lesson here for South Africa, we can say that I want to look at South Africa as the technology hub and of agriculture. So where finance is able to meet science so that we can move forward. And then lastly, where we have Senegal, we are looking at agroecological and community planning. And we can say that co-creation is the key thing here. Co-creation in green agriculture plan. And because this is farmer-led practices, it brings in ownership. And that is one thing that Africa lacks. We lack a lot of ownership. A lot of things have been brought on the table, but because it has been brought by somebody else, when somebody leaves, it lives with them. So ownership for us becomes a key priority when we are looking at green agriculture. So the lesson for Senegal here is that we can say Senegal is the community convener. And here we are looking at turning farmers into policymakers. How do our farmers in all African countries become policymakers? Today, if you come to Kenya and ask many farmers if they know any policies that is touching agriculture, a few will tell you they know. But majority of us don't know about any policy that is even influencing our farming practices. So that is sad to say, but that is what is happening in most of the African countries. So the question here we are asking, do we have opportunities for green transformation? Do we have opportunities? And first thing we are looking at policy and leadership integration. So we can say that the opportunity is not having to invent new plants. But we already have plans. It's just for us to join the dots. How do we join these dots? So we have a lot of regional bodies that are present, the African Union, we have also the economic communities that are present, and they give us the platform where we can bring in a lot of information so that we are able to join the dots we are talking about. So we can say that the cross-ministerial Green Agriculture Council could be able to align agriculture, environment, finance, and also infrastructure so that we can have these low-hanging fruits so that we can be able to harvest, and by the end of the day, we are going to have a big systemic impact. And that is the answer we are looking at. The second opportunity is financing mechanisms. And when we talk about finance and investment, it's not about spending. It's about spending smarter. You know, we get finances, but how do we really spend? So here we want to shift these things of subsidy from fertilizer, but we want to look at other things like composting, agroforestry, solar irrigation systems. Just forget about fertilizer subsidy every now and then because it has not been working. We have been giving subsidies for very many years, but it's not working. The second thing, we want to see how we can be able to grow climate fund. How do we grow climate fund? For example, we can be able to look at Rwanda. Rwanda as a country is doing very well in terms of green agriculture. We have a fund for climate in the Rwanda, which is called Fonerwa. They have been able to raise about 217 million already just to fund themselves. It's not that we are not able. And also we can say that we have other 17 African countries which are able to pilot climate budget tagging from Uganda's example. So this is something that can happen, and we are able to finance. So another opportunity, we are looking at the private sector and markets. And we can say that going green is not charity. Yeah? Going green is not charity. Is that true? Yeah, it's not charity. We are looking, it's a $1 trillion opportunity that we are able to work across it. And here we are looking at Africa trade, continental trade area, which is able to unlock almost $1 trillion food market by 2030. So if you're looking at that, then we are not talking about charity here. There is money, but it's for us to be able to look into it. And also we need to look at the consumer demand in terms of organic and climate-friendly produce. As much as we are talking about green agriculture, we are talking about organic agriculture, we are talking about climate-smart agriculture. All these are practices that bring green agriculture to the table. We need to understand how to work around it so that it doesn't bite us at the end. So that's one thing we are looking at it. And we can say that Africa can become the global supplier of sustainable goods. So that is another thing. We are also looking at youth and digital innovation. As I said, our forefathers, nobody looks at them as role model when in terms of agriculture or farming. But now we can look at the youths and digital innovation. And we are saying that Africa's biggest resource is not oil or land, it's the youth. That is one thing we are looking into. So we are looking at things like the mobile weather alerts. We are looking at smart farming applications. We are looking at agri-tech startups. All these are things that can appeal to the youth so that they can be able to take up green agriculture. And we are saying that engaging the youths, we can be able to tackle unemployment, and we can also drive digital leapfrogging. So this is something we want to see, that the green transition must be youth-powered and digitally enabled. So those are some of the things we are looking in Africa. And I can say that the key message here is that every challenge hides an opportunity. And we all know that every challenge hides an opportunity. So we are saying that harness policy, finance, markets, and youth. And Africa can transform its agri-food system greenly and inclusively. So that is the message that trying to pass across, that we have opportunities for green agriculture transformation. So what are we looking at? So towards scalable GA, we can say that in conclusion here, we can say that if we look at Uganda, we look at South Africa, we look at Senegal, these three countries are able to show that green agriculture is real and achievable. It's not just a theory, but practice. That is one thing. So we can say that the common thread here is that GA is a foundational, and we have central to food sovereignty. We can look at climate resilience and also inclusive prosperity for Africa. So, and the momentum here is building. How do we build this momentum in terms of policy, grassroots, innovation, and also institutional champions, which are able to blaze the path? So the common thing here we are looking at is the political will, because political will really matters in the African continent. We are looking also at integration of climate resilience into budgets and also into plans that is able to drive the action. We can also say that stakeholders' inclusion is important because it ensures legitimacy and also innovation. Innovation here is able to accelerate a lot of solutions across. So what we are looking at is how do we look at the caveats. The caveats here, we can say that the implementation, which is one of the bottlenecks, remains constant. And one thing we have talked about is the finance, coordination, and also capacity. So the call to action here is that the champions offer hope and direction. The champion countries, they offer hope and direction. So we can be able to borrow from Uganda, we can be able to borrow from South Africa, and also we borrow from Senegal. And I will close by saying that Africa doesn't lack solution. It needs action, and the champions show us how. Thank you. All right. I have my colleague around from Uganda. Uganda being one of the champion countries that was selected from this report because it is doing well. And I would like to introduce Mr. Alex Lwakuba. And Mr. Alex Lwakuba, the Commissioner for Crop Production Department, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries from Uganda. I would like you to give us, you can kindly provide an overview of the detailed GA policy in Uganda, and also we would like to learn some key lessons or strategic proposals that you can suggest for this forum delegates and from the Europe and Central Asia, and also other African countries, so that we can be able to consider also enhancing our own efforts. So your insights will be very valuable, and would like to hear about Uganda more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Robai. I want to disappoint somebody just this evening. Disappoint or excite you. One, I was told I have to come here and tell a story about green agriculture policies in Uganda. To tell a story. I'm an African coming to tell a story in an African style. So allow me to tell the story. The disclaimer, I don't have a computer and I don't have a PowerPoint or a Beamer. Isn't that disappointing? Well, I know that you are pretty tired, but I want to try and excite you. I will try to do that. Now, I'm going to tell a story in the African standard, using African standard. What is this standard? During our days when we were growing up, our grandparents would invite us around a fireplace. All the grandchildren would be called. You sit there and they tell their stories without referring to anything written or typed. That's how they used to tell their stories. You have to be attentive and good listeners if you were to get the stories correct and right. Agreed? I'm going to do the same. Can I now go formal? The yearly representation here at this forum, and the Assistant Director General, FAO, also in charge of Asia, all FAO officials in your respective capacities who are here, and especially those from the regional office, that is FAO, Europe, and Central Asia. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am the Alex Rwakuba from Uganda, Commissioner, Crop Production Department. I am happy and excited to be here. And thank you for inviting me and facilitating me to come here and participate with you. Thank you very much. Good evening. Okay, I bring you greetings from Uganda, and you know that I'm here. To the point, I thank you, Dr. Leambila, for setting the stage. From the report of Dr. Robai, the emphasis with regard to green agriculture is productivity, resilience, and sustainability. I would like to share the story of policy action in Uganda with respect to green agriculture promotion. I know that there are so many policies and interventions that we have dealt with in Uganda. There are so many. There is a myriad of policies in Uganda that are related to sustainable agriculture. And there are many terminologies in Africa. Perhaps this is now a gap, and when I have time, maybe I'll remember to propose. The first preamble I gave, that I do not have a computer or anything written, indicates the implication of that is that there is a technology gap between Africa and Europe. I don't know whether I'm communicating something. There's a technology gap. We need capacity strengthening there. So that is one of the way forward. But I want to come back to the point here. What have we done? What is our policy discourse with regard to greener agriculture? That's what I want to talk to. And I was saying that we have a myriad of policies and interventions. I'll not speak to these all, but I will address myself to only two. That is organic agriculture and agroecology. In the early 2000s and 2010s there, we had this issue of organic agriculture, the animal organic agriculture, and we dealt with organic agriculture to address issues that I'm going to speak to below. And then later on, agroecology that came up around 2018 after the second agroecology symposium held in Rome, 2018. And then the call for member countries to elaborate strategies to scale up agroecology came up. We took it up and we formulated one. I will talk to organic agriculture and agroecology. Thank you. But I would like you to join me to find out Uganda. Can you kindly rise? Distinguished delegates, kindly rise. I want you to join me and locate Uganda. Before I go into details, I just want to locate Uganda with me. Just rise. Rise and I show you where Uganda is. Stretch your body a little. Just stretch your bodies a bit. I'm requesting you to rise. Because I have the floor now, I'm just requesting you to rise. Where is Uganda? How do we find Uganda? Where is it located? Your body, assuming your body is the map of Africa. Just stand, rise. Touch here. You are touching Uganda. Assuming this is Africa, you are touching Uganda. This is Tunisia, Egypt. This is South Africa, and this is Uganda. So now you know Uganda. Uganda is the heart of Africa. The size of Uganda is just 241,000 square kilometers. It has a population of over 45 million people, and 70% of these are employed in agriculture with a GDP of only 23%. That is Uganda. That's the economics, the statistics of Uganda. Uganda, rhetorically and historically, was a fertile country with favorable conditions to produce almost all crops, very good soils, with bimodal rainfall, plenty of sunshine, very favorable country indeed, fertile soils. However, that was the story. What is the story now? Things have changed. And this invoked the formulation of the green agriculture policies we are here to talk about. Things have changed. Climate change is also, the consequences of climate change are hitting us hard. We are experiencing ecosystem degeneration. We are experiencing the consequences of land degradation. And remember that the poor degrade more. And they suffer the consequences of degradation most. Can I repeat? Sorry. 3 more minutes. Am I boring? I'll try to do it. I'll try to run through this. Okay. Now, because of what is happening, that we are exacerbating the way we are using our land, we are worsening the poverty, the desperation, and the malnutrition, the food insecurity. That is the problem why we formulated organic agriculture policy, agroecology, and all these interventions of green agriculture. Thank you very much. So, what is the policy action? We elaborated the National Organic Agriculture Policy. It is being implemented. And later on, agroecology. We formulated the agroecology. It is now at the level of approval. What is the potential of green agriculture in Uganda? The potential is very high. We have ignited the various actors, and they are excited and ready to implement green agriculture policies. We have even a global center of excellence in agroecology in Uganda. In the academia, in the curriculum, the research, these are already implementing organic agriculture right now. And in policy frameworks, all policy frameworks have integrated green agriculture policies and interventions. Climate change is almost a must in all other sectoral policies. You must include it as a cross-cutting strategy, even gender and youth. Those are cross-cutting strategies. That's the potential. The potential is high. There is political will and almost all stakeholders. Another one is the budget. The budgeting I will not talk to. Even in our 4th National Development Plan, we have included sustainable agriculture, and these are the forms of green agriculture in the national plan and the budget. Perhaps what is the challenge? Let me finish with this. What are the challenges? The challenges, the policies may be there, that action, implementation, and we have issues of technology, capacity, the item I started with. When I see the digitalization here, I would love to take all those people there to Uganda. That's capacity, technology. Technology, research, those are some of the issues. And then financing is limited. We are depending on only this donor. That one is limiting. I want to make my proposal here, as asked by Rombia. First proposal is, can we first of all, there is a terminological gymnastics here. We have organic agriculture, agroecology, we have regenerative agriculture, permaculture, and all this. Can we as FAO convene another forum to harmonize the understanding and application of all these terminologies? Number 2, can we look for sustainable funding mechanisms instead of relying on some donor? Can we cause our local national budgets to fund these programs? Can we also try to look for the youth and what they love most and attract them through digital applications instead of TikTok all the time? Can we catch them through these simple technologies? Another one, can we build formidable partnerships, government, civil society, private sector? These are but some of the proposals that I have. In the interest of time, can I end it here? Thank you very much for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Alex. And I would like to just wrap up by saying that Alex is a storyteller. I'm also a storyteller, so you'll bear with us. Maybe that's an African thing, I don't know. But I would like to say thank you very much for inviting us to participate in this forum, and it has been eye-opening. We have learned quite a lot, and I think most of the things that we have gathered from here, we're going to apply in Africa. Next time you visit, you'll see some change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liambile and Mr. Elvakuba, for your really engaging stories. And just to finalize the circle of interregional integration and exchange of any reflections, let me just introduce again our colleague from Europe and Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, Dmitry, for the final, very to the point reflections. This would be very much appreciated. Thanks.
I should start with with one summary related to the fairy tales, and my first takeaway is once upon a time there were sustainable agri-food systems when humans lived in a harmony with nature. The things changed, but now we have green agriculture to help us to make a difference. So thank you for that message. My takeaway for our region, I see that the agri-food systems in Africa are under huge climate pressure, and your message is clear. We feel you. And I also noticed that you have the high temperature causing significant yield losses, and that's the reason you would like to speed up with operationalization of green agriculture in your system. Definitely, we wish you all the best. As main outcomes from your country experiences, I feel that the experiences of the countries of Uganda with climate budget tagging, for instance, in the next fairy tale, you can explain that, and we will be very much interested in that experience, but also the experience with greenhouse gas emissions tracking. We have countries experimenting that, but definitely the more knowledge will be better. Use Go Green program sounds very interesting for us as well as the Senegal's agroecology transitional plan. So we look forward to that, to your report, and thank you for your contribution, and thank you all again for contributing and coming to the event.
Thank you, Dmitry, for your reflections. And just to make the final wrap-up, based on the session of our African colleagues, so this session stressed the urgency of bridging the gap between green agriculture policy commitments and on-the-ground action, given the climate variability and food security pressures. Showcasing lessons from Uganda, South Africa, and Senegal, it underlined the need for stronger financing, innovation, and inclusive partnerships to scale green agriculture as a driver of climate resilience, sustainable agri-food systems, and green economic growth. With this, let me finalize this session, and I now pass the floor to Tanya for the closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gulmira. Thank you, colleagues from Africa. It was so interesting to hear from you. Now, okay, for the closing remarks, I ask our colleague to sum up. This is Hugo Boris, who is our focal point in headquarters, and he's expert on nutrition, climate change, and biodiversity. This is the expert who reviewed all the reports. He knows very well what is going on in all our regions. And for the reason, I invited him to provide like a sum up and some reflections. And with this, please, Boris.
Thank you very much. It has been a very intense day, so I'll try to wrap up very quickly. First, I would like to say thank you to all the speakers, because I think we can all agree that we all traveled throughout the world today. We discovered various production systems, various ecosystems, various regions. So for that already, thank you to everyone. I'll also take the opportunity to thank all the speakers and speaking in your various languages. I think it was great to, and the interpreters as well, to see the diversity in the different case studies, but also hear the diversity in the room. So for that, thank you very much. It was extremely interesting, but also very insightful to see the different priorities of each region, from water scarcity in the NENA region, to land degradation, soil erosion, biodiversity loss, food loss and waste, climate change, just to name a few. These priorities all underline the value of implementing green agriculture and how this could help reduce the environmental footprint of food systems, which still accounts for 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions globally, 80% of deforestation, 70% of fresh water use, and is still the greatest cause of biodiversity loss globally. While we saw different priorities based on the specific challenges of each region, I think we saw today that what I saw was really a dialogue. So a dialogue between research and policymakers, a dialogue between traditional practices and modern technology, but also a dialogue between regions. And everyone was exchanging on what was working, what wasn't working, how we can learn better from each other. Some of the challenges that were raised, for example, this morning, by Europe and Central Asia included behavioral constraints, with farmers being resistant to some change. But this afternoon, for example, Latin America suggested and underlined the importance of value change and nutrition to potentially create demand for products coming from green agriculture. And so ensuring that farmers see a market and that this market exists and could help leverage the risk and constraints of farmers. Some additional limitations that were also raised included the lack of policy coherence, and we heard throughout the day how connecting the agriculture sector, the environmental sector, and maybe sometimes also the health sector when we look at nutrition can really create win-win solutions and even win-win-win solutions for people and for planet at the same time. Coming back all the way to this morning, green agriculture is a fairly new approach, as Tanya was saying, but we have come a really long way. We will not be able to achieve our environmental goals without food system transformation, and all Rio conventions agree on this, placing food and agriculture higher and higher on the agenda each COP on climate change, biodiversity, and desertification. With COP30 on climate change taking place in November, and COP17 on biodiversity in Armenia next year, as well as the launch of the second round of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund last month, as well as the upcoming GEF9 financial cycle that is starting next year. Let's really seize this opportunity to continue working on green agriculture, moving from policy to implementation, and really highlight integrated solutions that can help reduce the environmental footprint of agriculture and food system, while at the same time ensuring food security and nutrition for all. So, thank you.
Thank you, Hugo, for this. Really, you summarized everything that we did today. Just, I wanted to say thank you very much, all of you, for your time, for your commitment. And so I think that it was very tiring day, maybe, but interesting, because we visit in one day 5 continents, you know? We go through continents to understand what is going on really with the green agriculture. And I think that we learn that green agriculture is moving on. So this is what I wanted to say. We need to continue working on this. And tomorrow we will listen more about how technology, how innovation can support in order to move on the green agriculture. And with this, I wanted to invite you our cocktail reception. This will be in the same place that we have our lunch. And before this, I wanted to invite Rura, because she needs some information from your side. Thank you very much, colleagues. We are so happy again to see all of you, and let's enjoy our cocktail.
Thank you very much, and I know we're all tired, but I would like to inform you that on the third day, we are planning to have a study tour. And for this, unfortunately, we have limited spaces. This event became a bit bigger than we expected, so we can take 55 people on the third day to visit the Agriculture Research Center on Economy in Hungary, and after to visit an organic farming center and tourist center in Bugac Puszta, which is approximately 150 kilometers from Budapest. Earlier today, we sent out an email, in theory to everyone who is with us today. So we would like to ask you to apply if you haven't did yet. If you didn't get the email, please let us know and we will forward to you. But please keep in your mind that we have to pick just 55 people, so we will select on first come, first serve basis. So the first 55 registered will be considered to participate on the study tour. So this is what I wanted to announce. And also, if you are applying to the study tour, please prepare for a comfortable shoes, because maybe we'll have walk around the farm and see the animals and other things. Thank you.